Good evening. I'm going to convene the Fairfax Town Council meeting at about 7:01 on Wednesday, July 15, 2015. And very quickly, we have nothing to report out of closed session. We had our special meeting to interview and potentially appoint candidates to our Open Space Committee and also to our Parks and Recreation Committee, and we did appoint both those folks. One was Chris Powers and one was Lisa Taylor. So they'll be joining those committees this month. So with that, we are going to get started on the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like a motion to approve the agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then the meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the council has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off or put your cell phones on vibrate. And we'll review the agenda at 10 o'clock to see what we can move, but maybe we'll be just on time. Probably not. So with that, we'll get started with the announcements, and I know we've got a few extra. I've also got a few extra. Fairfax Food Pantry, Saturdays 9 to 11 at the Fairfax Community Church. Volunteers are always needed, so just a reminder to you or any folks listening or neighbors of yours who need food, just show up, no need to show anything, and just get food. It's a great service for our community. We have a number of vacancies on our boards and commissions. Do we still have one on part? Okay, so we have one on the Open Space Committee, one on the Volunteer Board, and two on the Tree Committee. The applications are available at Town Hall and on the town website, and you can contact our town clerk, Michelle Gardner, for information. And with that, I'd like to open it up for public expression. Remember, you have a 3-minute limit. Oh, I'm sorry. Renee has some other announcements, as do I, and maybe some others do. David does as well. Okay, so Renee?
I'm afraid that this may be a partial announcement because I wanted to announce the wine stroll, which will be held on Saturday the 25th.
Yeah.
The times?
Afternoon.
I think it said 2 to 6 on the sign.
Yes, it does say on the sign, and also you can check the Chamber of Commerce website for that. Another announcement, the Fairfax Theater Company is at this time performing a wonderful selection of scenes from the most famous Shakespeare plays. There are 7 scenes from 5 plays. They will remind you of all the wonderful things about Old English, and everyone should take the opportunity to go and watch them. They've worked extremely hard. It's very well produced and directed, and a lot of fun. It's in the Pavilion. It's for the next 2 weekends, the 17th, 18th, 19th at 8 p.m., and also the 27th and the 24th and 25th at 8 p.m. And my third announcement is to go back and clarify please do not turn your green cart into a vase. Keep our drivers safe. Marin Sanitary flyer here that discusses what we can do when we need additional space for our green waste. I just wanted to clarify, because it was all a little confusing last time, that you are allowed for free to place 5 additional cans, your own cans, or you may rent from Marin Sanitary for a small fee. So that's 5 additional 32-gallon cans, which you can fill with your green waste, and they will pick them up every week for free. You place them on the curbside. Please make sure everything fits square with the top of the can, and please remember to continue to clear your green waste and your brush, as we need to continue to clear space for fire danger. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. David?
She hit it on the Fairfax Theater Company.
Okay, and I have a couple of announcements. The first is August 8th, 9 to 1 p.m. in the pavilion. We're going to have first aid for disaster response training by the Marin Medical Reserve Corps. It's free, and the flyer is up on the town website, and they still have spots available. It's a really good training, so I encourage people to participate. Also, we have 2 more chipper days in local areas. One in the Jolly Hill neighborhood, August 15th, 9 to 3 p.m., and you have to bring your waste for that neighborhood to the pavilion parking lot. For the Deer Park neighborhood, it's September 26, 9 to 3, and I'm not sure where that's going to be. It's the Deer Park parking lot, but it's contingent on the Water District approval of the site, but I think that's not going to happen because of my next announcement, which is great news. Those of you who've been up to Deer Park and the school, could you turn that down, please, Chief? Thank you. Is that the Water District will be paving Deer Park in the coming weeks.
Hooray.
So it's pretty soon, and it's long overdue. A message board will go up soon noticing the community of the upcoming work. USA markings have been made in preparation. The Water District plans on using a small crew rather than a grader to remove pavement and limit construction traffic. And the first improvement will be removal of the asphalt and concrete patches, then laying of base rock. So coming weeks, and I'm kind of concerned that it may not be done by September 26th, so we may need to look at an alternate location for the Deer Park Neighborhood Chipper Day. And with that, I think we're completed with announcements. So moving on to open time for public expression. Reminder, 3 minutes, please. And if you, Alexander, if you could state your name and address, please, if you feel comfortable doing so.
Alexander Binnick, 7 Meadow Way, speaking on behalf of the Detoxics Institute tonight, so I'd appreciate 5 minutes, even though I don't expect to take that long. I'm requesting that the council authorize our mayor to write a letter to the town's employee-owned Fairfax lumber store requesting that, to protect human health and the environment, the store stop selling 2 classes of pesticides. First, the class of chemicals known as neonicotinoids, or neonics, has been definitively linked with great harm to the bee population and a likely precursor to colony collapse disorder. The EU has banned these pesticides. Lowe's has agreed to stop selling them and to phase out nursery plants grown with them, and Home Depot has also agreed to restrict their sale. There are a great many products available for home use that include members of this class of pesticides. Secondly, the herbicide glyphosate has recently been classified by the World Health Organization as a probable human carcinogen linked to lymphoma and brain cancer. It also is a powerful endocrine disruptor linked to the genesis of breast and prostate cancers, as well as to other hormone-related health issues, and to increased risk of thyroid disease, kidney failure, celiac disease, and gluten intolerance, and to DNA damage causing birth defects in vertebrates. Use of glyphosate has been banned in the Netherlands, El Salvador, Sri Lanka, and most recently in France. And MMWD has just voted to no longer consider use of glyphosate or any other chemical pesticides in our watershed. A new study has confirmed the presence of glyphosate appearing in breast milk at a level 2 times 2 to 4 times the level permitted in drinking water, and that level could harm a developing baby and its mother. Glyphosate is the active ingredient in Monsanto's popular herbicide Roundup, which Fairfax Lumber sells in both concentrate and ready-to-use forms. Fairfax residents who use any of these products unknowingly risk harm to themselves and their families, as well as to the bees that pollinate so many of our crops. By no longer making them available for purchase locally, Fairfax Lumber would be doing our community a great service. The store should further be encouraged to post a sign educating customers as to why it is taking these steps. Certainly, some customers may nevertheless choose to go elsewhere and buy these products, but others will take this information to heart and will seek less dangerous alternatives. By the way, a list of the most commonly sold neonicotinoid pesticides is available at, and I give a link here, and I'll be sharing this with each of you. In addition, I encourage our town government to brainstorm with Sustainable Fairfax, Good Earth Market, and any interested residents as to how to most effectively educate all our residents about these problems so that they do not permit their gardeners to bring in and use these products. Finally, there will be expert presentations at 2 Corte Madera locations next week on stopping glyphosate use on Marin public lands. They will take place on Thursday the 23rd at the Town Center Shopping Center and on Friday the 24th at Sunrise Center, also on Tamalpais Avenue. Both presentations begin at 7 p.m. and more information is available at sunrisecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We can't take action tonight, but one of the things we can do is, Garrett, could you, I think what we can do is maybe put this on the agenda for consent for the August 5th meeting, and so
that would, anything like that would be fabulous.
Okay, and I know in the past Augie has phased out certain pesticides, so I think he would potentially
certainly
be receptive to this.
Yeah, rat poison around, in terms of rodenticides around, because it harms owls and hawks and predators like that, which are much more effective at controlling those populations. And Augie was very open to taking those off the shelves. So I think some educational components to have there for people so they don't run off and find it somewhere would be good to provide them, to provide Fairfax Lumber.
Also, might I add, Garrett, that when we take a look at this in August, that we also put a place on the agenda during that item where we talk about our pesticide notification ordinance. I think it needs a little review so that people know that if they do choose to use those, that there is a notification ordinance that requires neighbors to know when people are spraying. So we need to let people know that again.
Well, that would be great. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Alexander. Okay, next, please.
Oh, my name is Stephen Franks, 19 Willow Avenue. I would first like to thank the police department for their patience in dealing with my situation. Chris, you guys have done a fantastic job, polite as can be. Your crew is absolutely fantastic. Second, I would like to ask Garrett Toy if any citations or fines have been imposed on Good Earth to date, yes or no?
No fines.
Beautiful. Sounds about right. On April 1st, I stood here and expressed my frustration with the ongoing noise and blatant disregard to the use permit that was issued to Good Earth. I have given the council a letter written by one of the owners on July of, I believe it was 2013, to our neighborhood, and am floored by every part of that letter with the exception of the fence being built. I have spoken with several clerks and delivery men at Good Earth recently and confirmed what I have seen and heard. There is no receiving clerk helping to unload the vehicles in the morning at Good Earth. There are 3 police reports this month alone. I was on vacation for a week. I've been in town for about 8 days. Every single time I've gone down to Good Earth, there has been an early delivery. There's been too many deliveries. There's been a delivery yesterday on Pastory Avenue. Chains have finally have gone up, but the drivers come in, drop the chains themselves, leave the chains down. Yesterday morning, I watched the delivery guy on Pastory unload his vehicle, push his pallet underneath the chain, and deliver. There was already trucks delivering. The cameras in their parking lot will prove that has happened. I have pictures here to confirm everything that I've said to date. I have hundreds of pictures at home from the last 3.5 years.
You were here like 6 weeks ago.
I was here for 3 years, David.
No.
Yeah.
But the last time you spoke...
Things were getting better.
Please, go right ahead.
Yeah, every different direction. Several of the clerks that I've talked to recently, that letter, if anybody has had a chance to read that letter, states there's a delivery guy there with a flashlight helping guide back the trucks. He is sitting there instructing the truck drivers how to release the air brakes. I've spoken to many people. None of that has ever happened from day one. That letter was written several years ago, and I am backing up everything I say 100%. I was here saying that things had been starting to get better. Every time I'm here in front of the council speaking, the owners decide to put on a show and make things better for a short time. That receiving clerk, which is not a receiving clerk, he is inside the building doing paperwork. That's his job. That is what has been stated by several people at Good Earth. He is not out there. I have not seen him. I have stood there on that sidewalk for 3 years now, watching early in the morning. He starts work at 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 to 3, I believe, is his schedule for the last 3 weeks. The noise has continued to go up. The backup beepers are still in the trucks. On Saturday, several weeks ago, I went and talked to the driver. I said, Saturday morning, 5 o'clock, buddy, you've been waking me up for 3.5 years. Can you get a receiving clerk out here? He started laughing and said, there is no receiving clerk. And I said, yes, I fully understand that. Why do you have to have backup beepers on that truck? He said, we do not have to have backup beepers. We have trucks in our fleet that do not have backup beepers. He said himself, I would be furiated to be woken up for 3 years by this noise. Quote, unquote. Pretty much.
If I could, since I've been sort of monitoring this crap for years.
Yeah.
Garrett, I just don't, as much as I enjoy seeing Mr. Franks on a monthly basis, I really never want to see him again. Can you sit down with the Good Earth folks and tell them if they're going to bust through the conditions of their use permit, we're going to have to start finding them, and tell them there's at least one pissed off council member. I don't want to see this guy again.
David, you said that at April 1st, which was 4 months ago. You said to Garrett, what's happening here? Where's the reports? Garrett turned to you and said there are no reports. I held up 15 reports that I have copies of right here. I have 3 more this last week, since April.
Garrett, if we don't get it, if you can't get this under control, we're going to have to agendize this. And that's just going to be a...
I am there every step to help out in any way I can positive, Garrett. Anyway, I have sat down and talked with you and told you exactly what's going on, more or less, in a short term, and I have got no response whatsoever in 3.5 years. There was a mediator that Peter brought up to be brought into this, and I said, hey, if I can sit down with somebody honest and make a deal with them, I would be happy to do that, and I have got no phone call back whatsoever. Correct? Peter, you offered that as a result. There's nothing to mediate.
Excuse me, Mr. Franks. When I brought up the Congress of Neutrals... Can we shut that door or tell those guys to leave? I brought up the Congress of Neutrals, and at the time you were not interested. Peter did talk about why that was a good idea, but you did not indicate interest. So I think we've got a couple of things. Garrett, can you and Jim sit down with Al and Mark and go over what their conditions of the use permit are? I don't believe the receiving clerk is required, but he did commit to that in his letter. And let's see what we can do, because I think it's right. It's probably time to agendize it if we can't get this back on course. Is that something you can do this month? And I think we would not be able to agendize it by August 5th, but at least by September, if we really don't get a commitment to follow through.
Sure, I'll talk to Mark and Al again. I have been talking to them, perhaps this last incident there might be a little disagreement on that. I do have emails from them. I do have discussions with them, at least what they're trying to do, what they've done in terms of A-frame and chains. I will reiterate to them, and I will schedule it for August 5th. I don't see why we can't.
Okay, and because we've also got, I mean, my recollection is they weren't supposed to use backup beepers as part of the planning commission requirements. I don't remember all the other requirements, but we're definitely going to hold them to that. So let's see what we can do to make it more serious, because I think we have spent a lot of time on this. But I will say, when you were here 6 weeks ago, I thought, this is positive news. And when I saw the letter that you'd sent, I was a little surprised because I thought the earlier news was positive. So with that, thank you very much for coming. We'll agendize it for August 5th, and let's see what we can do to get things back on track.
Yeah, I will be out of town on August 5th.
That's okay.
But that's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
May I just ask a question about that? Is Garrett, so Mr. Franks states that the police have been responding, and but no fines have been issued. And is that because we haven't got the structure set for how we're going to?
No, it's because normally when I get a police report, I sit down and talk to Good Earth and say, hey, have you done X, Y, and Z? And they'll say, yes, we have chained and barricaded the fence or the driveway. So I'll say, okay, and we have done this, and we have done that. And based on the last meeting in which Mr. Franks spoke, it seemed like things were going better. So that's how we're operating now. It sounds like perhaps Mr. Franks believes that things have backtracked, which is a little different than some of the emails and some of the things they've implemented. But rather than the council hearing it through a middle person, I will invite them to August 5th.
Right. We'll
report back. And it's actually our fault. The mediator, I just have not put the mediator in touch with Mr. Franks or Good Earth. But they both indicated they're more than willing to talk to somebody.
Okay, but when the police have responded, there have been police reports filed?
Yes.
Okay, so we have all of that, so we know.
Sure. In fact, we
happening,
have
what's not
police
happening.
reports when they're not filed because for a while there I had officers, when they had time, stop by at some points of the early morning, either at 5, sometime between 5 and 7, on their way back to the station and log what they've seen. So we also have that too.
Okay.
And anybody that doubts me, I've got proof, and I'd be happy to show it to anybody that doubts my word.
Thank you, Mr.
very
Franks. So anybody else wanting to speak in open time? Seeing none, we're going to go to the consent calendar. And I have a couple of changes on a few things, but I don't see any need to pull anything from the consent calendar, but just have a few little changes. So since everybody else is looking through papers, go ahead.
No, I didn't want to pull anything, but I had comments on number 8 and number 9. And I'm not sure if we need to pull number 8 to talk about this, but I'm wondering if this item, does it require a council discussion prior to your crafting?
So if you read the staff report, what it says is it's authorizing David and I. Did you have open time comments? Okay. It's authorizing David and I to prepare the response, which would be brought back to the council for discussion. So that's
Okay,
when we
so it
have
doesn't take preliminary discussion for
No.
us to voice where we
No.
are with it? Okay. And
Okay.
we'll review it when you bring it back.
Okay, and let me just ask, we're going to make some changes on a few things. Was there an item you wanted to specifically request, Michael?
Item number 4, but actually just a confirmation, since we are approving the minutes for 3 months or 3 meetings, if you could please just confirm again that we carved my property out for the reach through the open space.
Yes, we did that.
I know, I just wanted to ask, and I appreciate that because
Yes.
I've been busy, and I'll certainly get that confirmation in writing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's reflected in the minutes.
Okay, so let me just mention, I think Michelle's assistant didn't have a lot of time to look through these minutes, I'm kidding, is that on page 3 of the May 6 minutes, it talks about, it starts out with Mr. Stephen Franks, And the second sentence says, he requested implementing a limit on the time when backup beepers are allowed. There are no backup beepers allowed, period. So that's written incorrectly. He didn't ask for that. He was just reiterating that there are no backup beepers allowed. So there's no limit. It's just they're not allowed. Does that make sense? And then, and I can go slowly, and then on, I think I've already called this to your attention, at the top of page 4 from the same minutes, Bob Curry actually provided a presentation. The way this is written, it sounds like he just was making comments. And then that second sentence is missing, and I'm sure you've picked up whatever that was. Okay, great. And then on page 7 is in addition to the way the motion was, we were supposed to develop a map with specific boundary lines. That was part of the direction with that motion. And it also, you know, it does say extract Marin Town and Country Club from the map. So that's taken care of. And then on, am I going too fast? Okay. And then on June 3rd, on page 2, where it talks about Supervisor Katie Rice, and it says presented a resolution and a plaque from the Board of Supervisors. The plaque is to be placed at the Marin County Civic Center. It was shown to Ms. Gould, but was not given to her. And I think that may be it. Oh, yes, there's one more thing. On page 7, at the top it says Mayor Kohler asked staff to look at increasing funding on the trails and allocation, etc., and she would like to continue this item to the July meeting. I also asked for a quarter-time FTE administrative assistant be included in the budget. And that is all I have. They look great. And then so moving on to agenda item 6, there's a couple of things. There's a change to the resolution, and we have it in our packet, in your supplemental packet. The second to the last, the last, be it further resolved, is that the members of the Climate Action Committee shall serve a term of 4 years, and current members' term shall commence July 15, 2015. We didn't have the terms in there, so that's a change. And I think I might have one more. Oh, and then I had a number of questions on MSS, but I got all the answers. So then, where am I? I was on yeah, I'm still on consent. I'm sorry, I moved. I'm looking at item 8. Where is item 8? I have a question on item 8, which is, I had a question, but it was resolved. So I think I might have one thing. On item 9, Garrett, we were going to clarify this. So what we're doing for the voting delegate alternate for the California League of Cities, it would be that for every year it'd be the mayor and vice mayor, whoever that is, would be the person the people we're designating. So we don't have to do this again. So that's the only clarification. Otherwise, that's all I had on the consent calendar.
Mayor?
Yes?
It's just kind of a detail, but on this Climate Action Committee, if all the current members commence on July 15th, along with new ones Doesn't everybody come up at the same time?
That's
Isn't it a
possible.
good idea to stagger the terms?
Well, we talked about that, and one of the things we realized was, number one, what typically happens is people drop off before their terms, potentially. But
Yeah.
actually, we had a Climate Action Committee meeting last night, and one of the things is it doesn't appear that anybody wants to drop off other than the person, if they're no longer on the council. And so I think, well, I don't think that's going to be a problem, and sometimes the staggering gets it really
Yeah.
difficult. So we
But
felt...
the staggering, yeah, I mean, it also serves to, regular time. It'll probably end up that way as people drive, as you say, as they drop off. But, yeah, it was just...
Yeah, and we did talk about that, and we
Formality.
felt that was the best way to go. And I just want to acknowledge Bruce Ackerman's here, the chair of our committee, and he's been an advocate for this as well as me. Thanks for bringing that up. Bruce, did you want to make a very quick comment?
We did talk about that. It was actually last night that the committee met. And there aren't any term limits, and so people can re-up. So really, when that date comes that everybody's termed out, they can continue on. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there would be a complete turnover. So we felt like that was probably okay. And in general,
We all love being on that committee, so
I
nobody's
support
ever
the-
getting
I
off.
support the resolution, and I thank you for working on it.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, Renee?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to go to 9 for just a quick second, and that is the California League of Cities
Correct.
appointees, and request to attend the annual conference this year. I believe that Fairfax has never attended the California League of Cities annual conference. Is that correct? Maybe sometime, but not recently.
Not in a long time.
Okay, I would like to attend, so I thought I would just put that
I
out
don't think
there.
that's agendized on this.
I think we typically budget for it, so I think perhaps Vice Mayor Goddard was just indicating she plans to attend.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we have it budgeted.
That's it.
Okay, great. And so with that, can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar
I so moved to accept the consent calendar.
with the changes?
With the
Sorry,
changes.
public comment on the consent
Oh, I'm
calendar?
sorry. Public comment on the consent calendar? Thank you, Michael. Thank you for that clarification. So with the changes and
I'll second
with the changes?
with the change.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now we're going to do council member reports, and just a reminder to everybody, we try to keep those to 3 minutes. We know that everybody does a lot of really important work. So, David, why don't we start with you first?
Sure. Just let me drive right through to the most important thing I did this past month during Game 6 of the Warrior playoff finals. Flood Zone 9 is now on the precipice of moving forward toward actual projects that we will see implemented over the next, I hesitate to say, but 5 years is the outside planning line. I have aggravated for it to be shorter, but we will see. But I just wanted to bring to your attention that they hired a company by the large company, CH2M Hill, to look beyond the 4 detention basins that had been originally identified, and they went and looked at additional public properties, but also private properties, which in many cases came as somewhat of a shock to the private party owners. Most of those have been cleared out. However, at this point, I would like to read just the 2 actions by the board going forward that I think, are the crystal here. Recommend approval to proceed with the programmatic EIR. So we're now getting into the CEQA level. To include the 9 potential future detention basin sites defined in the CH2M Hill report from June. And the other one was to recommend approval of an implementation strategy as defined in that report to proceed with the implementation discussions to actually talk to the private property homeowners and undertake the planning level studies, cost estimates, all the CEQA sort of stuff that has to go on. I might say that if I was to sit here today, the top group continued to be, of course, Phoenix Lake, which is pretty much fully funded. The former nursery site, out at our end of town, Lefty Gomez.
Sunnyside, right?
Sunnyside.
Yeah.
Lefty Gomez Field, of course. Memorial Park, which has its own challenges from our friends in San Anselmo, and surprisingly, Deer Park, which I have raised with the folks and told them for many of the same reasons that we saw during the flood and when we talked about liquefaction and other challenges in that area, that this might be a Johnstown flood opportunity in the making, and that they should take a very, very hard look. If I was to read the tea leaves on this one going forward, once they delve into the real science of this, rather than merely identifying an active creek, that would be a conceptually wise place to put a detention basin. I have a feeling that one's going to fall off for environmental reasons, safety reasons, and probably a host of others as well. But as I've been doing every time we have a meeting with Flood Zone 9, now I come back and I tell you specifically what has happened. Thank you.
One thing that might be good is maybe in the late fall, maybe we have a presentation by the county on this, because there's a lot of speculation about it, and I don't see any reason why we couldn't start the process of having a conversation and then maybe next year another one, so that people hear it firsthand. But thanks for bringing that, David. John?
Yeah, let me see.
You're not, we're not making comments on the council member reports, Michael. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't have as controversial a one to do, but, you know, I did attend a number of meetings of the fire board, also the, you know, and the bike museum's opening, which was pretty interesting. If people haven't seen that, they should check it out. I mean, the opening, there was a zillion people there, and it was pretty impressive. But they've got an amazing collection there, and it's a really nice space too. Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, I also attended, and actually something that happened just after that meeting was the executive director of that accepted a job in San Rafael, so he is out of that district, and right now we have Jason Weber, who's working, you know, under Marin County Fire, is a temporary chief executive for Ross Valley Paramedic Authority. Let me see, the MCCMC is, a lot of us went there, I think, and also the Transportation Authority of Marin, which was interesting in that a lot of alternative transportation things were talked about, as well as money for disadvantaged communities. San Rafael tried to get one of the projects in their district, which was a piece of a section along East Francisco leading to the bridge, basically improving pedestrian bicycle access there. They were not funded for that, but tried a lot to get it. There's only so much money to go around. Marin City got it, along with some parts of Novato, for the disadvantaged communities thing. San Rafael was encouraged to get all the various different pieces. That was just one component of a complex pie there, and I stated at that meeting that I would look forward to working with them to getting a comprehensive alternative transportation system together for that city, because it's a hub city with a transit center, and really you can't get there, which is a problem. Anyway, that's my report.
Thank you, John. Renee?
Yeah, so I had the great privilege of cutting the ribbon at the opening for the Mountain Bike Museum, which was a lot of fun, and I wish those guys well, and I, again, echoing John, I really encourage everyone to go take a look at what they've done, and you can always plant little suggestions about what you would like to see them do and how it can become the community resource that they really vision it to be. It's a beautiful space.
Just one note is they are available for like private events. I think they hold up to 80 tables. So that's one way for people to participate, you know, other than just looking at the museum.
Right. So there was a community workshop held at Drake High School for looking at the update for the Fairfax and San Anselmo bicycle pedestrian plan. It was an opportunity for the public to give us input as to what kinds of improvements they see and where the spots are that need to be addressed. Unfortunately, there were only 3 members of the Fairfax community there, so I'm going to encourage that we get the word out and continue this conversation as we form our new Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which there are still spaces on if anyone is interested in applying to join. The Fairfax Festival, I don't think we've met since the Fairfax Festival. Yeah, well, it speaks for itself. I was very involved in the waste diversion, and every time I look out, I see Marin Sanitary, and they provided an excellent service. We worked together with the Conservation Corps North Bay to not only collect and divert as much of the waste as possible, but also to educate the public in the process. I attended the Chamber Mixer, which was a great gathering. Lots of new membership, lots of young membership on the Chamber of Commerce, which is always positive. I met with Marv, and I'm sorry I don't have his last name, from the Extra Food, extrafood.org, marinextrafood.org. Zotterer, right. An organization that is doing fantastic work. They delivered over 281,662 pounds of food to 57 nonprofits, and they prevented 22,000 pounds of methane from entering the atmosphere. They've been in existence about 17 months, so they're absolutely going in the right direction. They're getting food that would be wasted to the people who are desperately in need of it. And I think we'll be hearing more from them, and I'm hoping that they're working closely with the food pantry, which I think is happening.
They are, in fact.
They are, in fact. So the other thing is multiple meetings with the Ross Valley Healthy Community Collaborative, and I encourage everyone to take a look at the front page of the IJ today, because if nothing else, all of our conversations around our wonderful Fairfax movie theater and everything that came down after that, if anyone's been following, is a real look at this from a policy perspective on our levels of alcohol use and abuse, and the saturation of alcohol in the county of Marin. So what we have here is the Marin alcohol crackdown is urged, and it speaks to far greater than just our small communities, but to statewide policies. How is ABC functioning in all of our local jurisdictions? Where do we have control? And how we move forward with this. And I believe that we discussed that we would look at it policy-wise moving forward. September? September. So stay tuned and stay informed, and it's an excellent conversation. So thank you.
Peter?
Thank you. Yes, I don't have too much to report. I attended the MCM meeting as well, and the Chamber Mixer. And other than that, really don't have too much to report back to. So.
Okay, well, I attended a few things. The countywide public disaster and emergency prep meeting, which is once a month. Garrett and I meet with the Chamber of Commerce once a month to talk about business. Fairfax, one of the things you'll notice is the new flags that say downtown Fairfax around town. Those are the Chamber's work that they communicated with us on. I also attended the Chamber Mixer. We all participated in the Fairfax Festival Parade, and I think most of us went to the festival and EcoFest. I provided election training for folks just starting out on being candidates at the Marin Women's Political Action Committee. I also met with a representative from the Aging Commission on Age-Friendly Fairfax. They're looking at ways that, what we can do within our existing budget to make things even more age-friendly than what we are. And I think we got a pretty good report. Attended Marin Clean Energy Board meeting. There's a few new events. There's a lot of interest from Davis, Yolo County, joining Marin Clean Energy, as well as a number of cities and towns in Napa. So there's going to be just a group meeting, and I'm on that group to look at the possibility of including some or all of those. Attended the Community Media Center of Marin Board meeting, and these are the folks that televise our council meetings and our Planning Commission meetings, and we talked a lot about one of our newest program, which is the Marin Media Corps for Teens, which is a great program. And then I also met with the San Anselmo mayor to talk more about issues between our towns. It kind of came to a head recently, so we wanted to talk about how we can work together more effectively. Garrett and I, the town manager, met with Robert Eichstadt from the Horse Hill Board about Sky Ranch and equestrian day use and what would work there. So that was a good meeting. We want to make sure that there is nice facilities for equestrian day use. And also last night attended the Fairfax Climate Action Committee meeting. So we're all kind of busy, but our biggest priority is right here tonight. So with that, I'd like the town manager report and want to make sure that you cover the wall property.
Sure. So I have 3 things to report on. One is, given the tragic events in Berkeley related to a balcony collapse, our building official actually wants me to report out to the community and to the council that typically a type of construction in the community, we don't have enclosed balconies, so it's really not an issue. But that being said, the building official is talking to the other building officials in Marin County just to determine what they're planning to do, if anything, related to code revisions. One of the other things our building official wanted me to point out is that anytime anyone pulls a permit for a similar deck repair or rehab or whatever reconstruction, he either requires an engineering report or he goes out and inspects it to make sure it's built to standards. So just wanted to report that out.
Just a quick note, I live in Canyon Village and we have many of those little balconies. Okay. So he may not be aware of that.
Okay, so it might be one of the only spots, but I'll mention that to him.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead.
The other thing is on the wall property. In the past, we had indicated we would report out if anything was ever discussed or issued related to the wall property. So about 6 months ago, we reported out that we issued 4 what we refer to as conditional certificates of compliance, which basically just indicates when the owner submitted an application and wanted a determination as to a certificate of compliance, we indicated that that they were illegal parcels and they needed to comply with the Subdivision Act and all town codes and regulations. Recently, about 3 weeks ago, we completed our review on 6 additional requests for certificates of compliance, also on property referred to as the wall property. And we just recently, I think 3 weeks ago, issued 6 more certificates of conditional certificates of compliance, which again indicate that the parcels are illegal. In order to make them legal, they would need to comply with the state Subdivision Map Act and comply with all town codes and regulations, and that's also recorded on the property. Now, perhaps one thing, as I reported last time, as a matter of clarification, is that the town, when it receives an application for a certificate of compliance, we have 2 options. We either issue a certificate of compliance or we issue what's known as a conditional certificate of compliance. A conditional certificate of compliance really just states typically the conditions that a property must meet in order to be legal. In this case, we've issued something that says the parcels are illegal, and in order to do so, you must comply with the Subdivision Map Act and all town codes and regulations. In essence, what that means is that whole process requires that ultimately the property owner would have their application reviewed by the Planning Commission and by the council. So it's a very detailed type process that would take a substantial period of time. Certificates of compliance and conditional certificates of compliance are ministerial acts, meaning that staff is required to either do one or the other. It's in our town code and it's in government code under the Subdivision Map Act. So just wanted to report out that that's what we've done. It indicates again that the parcels are illegal. There's no pending development or anything like that. Again, it's illegal and indicates to the property owner basically the steps he needs to take to try to legalize parcels.
And to be clear, one of the things we committed to the neighbors around the Wall property is that we would inform them right away, and unfortunately that did not happen. So it's caused some real concerns in the community. We're taking steps to make sure that we won't, that we will inform these folks right away rather than 3 weeks later. So, or immediately.
Right.
So we want to make sure that never happens
Sure.
again.
Yeah, that was unfortunate oversight by staff, and so we've taken steps to make sure that won't happen again.
And what was your third thing?
Sorry, chipper days. We've held 2 what we call chipper days in specific neighborhoods. Had about 40 residents participate, collected approximately 3 tons. We have 2 more days remaining, and I apologize because I thought under announcements we had it listed.
I announced it, Garrett, but the problem is the Deer Park one is contingent on the Water District approving that site. And what I brought up was if they're going to be paving it, it may not be available. So I think we need to follow up and find out if that site is going to be available or if we need to look for an alternate site.
Okay.
The flyer says specifically it's contingent on their approval.
And I think we actually got approval, so we'll double check
It
that.
may be okay, they may be done by then, but it wasn't clear to me how long the paving is going to take. Thank you. So with that, I know people are waiting. Maybe we can do the public hearing and then take a quick 5-minute break. And then we'll go on to our regular agenda. So, Garrett, did you want to do the staff report?
Sure. Some introductory comments before I turn it over to our consultant, HF&H, to make a brief presentation. So the item before you is the approval of a rate increase schedule for Marin Sanitary Service, MSS, for the provision of solid waste, garbage, and recycling services to the town. Maybe a little as background. The town entered into a new agreement with MSS in December 2011. At that time, the new rate took effect in January 1st, 2012. Per our agreement with MSS, they are allowed annually to submit a rate increase. They have submitted one for 2015. It's not written in the staff report, but it should be noted that MSS also submitted an application in 2014. However, from the staff side, we were unable to really get it done in a timely fashion, and MSS graciously agreed to put that off and submitted a 2015 rate request instead. So we really appreciate their cooperation on that front. One of the things, as a matter of practice, staff typically works with the members of the Council's Zero Waste Committee. In this case, it consists of Vice Mayor Goddard and Councilmember Lax, and we work with them in terms of the review of the reports and other analysis and in terms of direction for negotiations. In the past, typically the town does contract with a third party, in this case HF&H, to conduct a third-party analysis, in which case what they do is they analyze the rate request application in light of the rate setting methodology that's actually approved by both MSS and the town. And so we did that. One of the benefits to using HF&H is that they also do that for the franchisors group in the county. Just a little background, the franchisors group consists of San Rafael, Larkspur, Ross, County Marin, and the Los Galinas Valley Sanitary District. HF&H, they did their analysis. They will do a brief presentation. Their analysis, while it appears that they support increased request of 12.36, with direction from the subcommittee, we negotiated an increase of 10.63 to begin effective in March. The request was received by Marin Sanitary in March, and they were requesting at that time, I believe, 14.62, effective beginning of January. And so at this point, I think what I should probably do is go ahead and turn it over to HF&H to make a brief presentation. We have Scott Holt and Marva Sheehan from the company, and they'll make a brief presentation. At that point, then staff and the consultants will be available to answer any questions, and MSS is here also to answer any questions.
You need to press the button.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Marva Sheehan. I'm a partner at HF&H Consultants, and Scott Holt is my button pusher. He also worked on the engagement as well. So I'll do a very quickly brief presentation just to give you a background of the process, kind of a summary of the findings, recommendation, and then a brief rate survey. A lot of this information was in our report, so I'll make it brief so we can get through it. The rate adjustment methodology that's as part of your agreement, there is a detailed review every 3 years where we get more into the actual books and records of MSS, and that was done when rates were set, or would have been done, rates were set for 2013, and it will be done again for 2016. MSS is currently preparing that application and will be turned in the next few months. In those other years, we have this, what we call a modified index review. It's not just taking a CPI adjustment. There are several areas where we actually look at their actual costs, and that's the disposal and fuel, kind of areas that have been somewhat out of their control, and we look at those every year to see what those costs are. Next. So we perform an independent review. We're not 100% of our clients are public agencies. We don't work directly for any haulers, so in order to stay independent. I'm, as an engagement director, this is my, I think, 9th year of working on the MSS books and records. My background is a CPA, and I was a controller in the solid waste industry prior to coming into consulting 10 years ago. Scott Holt was also a controller in the garbage industry for a number of years. So we understand the lingo and are able to go in and look at and get down to what needs to be done. So I just wanted to give kind of a quick historical view. Those are the increases that you've done over the last 5 years. Note 2011 was the last year that we came in and did a detailed rate adjustment. We actually, at that point, it was a 25.96% recommendation. The town at that time chose to split it over 2 years, and then there wasn't an adjustment in 2013 and 2014. So when we talk about this year's adjustment, in that double-digit number is due to some of these years where you didn't have any rate adjustments, yet there have been increases in costs. So as Garrett referred to, they requested a 14.62% adjustment. We went through and analyzed their application and found areas that required some adjustment to it. So what we came up with per your rate setting methodology per your contract would be a 12.36 adjustment. I won't go in, the details of all of these adjustments are in our report, but we had some wages and benefits and disposal. The disposal adjustment primarily because we had projected tonnage, and tonnage had decreased, which is a good thing, assuming that's going into the recycling direction. So again, it dropped it down by about 2%. The 12.36, we tend to get asked, well, what makes up that 12.36? So we try to break it into some categories. 2%, and one of the things that you'll read, if you read just about any agency's report over the last 4 or 5 years, has been this revenue shortfall. As people are recycling more and are needing smaller refuse carts, since our revenue is tied to the size of your refuse container, you don't end up with the same level of revenue that you think you're going to have. So there tends to be this revenue shortfall when we go through and look at the analysis. We kind of took since you've had increases, what would have been just the CPI over that time. For the 3 years, it was 9.69. MSS implemented an operations improvement plan where they came in, they hired an outside consultant to come in and figure out how could they better operate and be more efficient. Some of that felt that they needed additional supervisors to make sure that you would see, they could be monitoring all of the operations. And they have seen a decrease in workers' comp as a result of that. So there's benefits to that plan. They started the food to energy program, and then we saw the decrease in the disposal expense number. So that's kind of just the components of what that recommendation. So as we said, per the methodology per your agreement, it would be a 12.36. We understand the town has negotiated a 10.63, and that's what's been put through on the rate sheets. Using the 10.63, this is kind of a comparison. So you're still, you're less than the county average. You'll be at 32 for a 32-gallon container, which tends to be the most subscribed service level. And we also look at the commercial, so you're lower on both of those, which is always a good place to be. And this just says you're 4.8% and about 2% lower on the commercial side. So that brief, I know, but I'm here to answer any questions. Scott and I can answer anything that you might have.
Thank you. Were there any questions? Or do we want to ask questions maybe of staff? Or did you have questions? Okay, thank you. We may call you back up, but right now,
great.
Thank you so much for being so brief and to the point. That's great. I have a few questions, but I don't know if others have questions. Okay, so one question I have is looking at, first of all, thank you everybody for working so cooperatively together, and appreciate everyone working to have us even at a lower rate. On page 1 of the background for the review of Marin Sanitary's rate application, it says as part of the new agreement, residents were able to include food scraps in their waste cart. The material is transferred at MRRC and delivered to Zamora for processing into compost. I thought now that was going to Redwood. Am I mistaken? Did someone want to get up from MSS or who knows the answer?
I can respond.
Okay.
When we did the report, it was our understanding they have changed and they are now going to Redwood. So that is
okay.
correct.
So it's just a point in time issue. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Great. Thank you. And then.
I'm sorry. Did I hear you say July 1? Patty? July 1.
Okay. July 1. Great. Thank you. And then. When I was looking at the fees, and I tend to be try to be detailed, but I was wondering if the 10.63% is applied across the board to all fees. It looked like to me it was, but the one I wasn't sure about was the bulky item cost. Was the 10.63 applied to those as well? I don't know who I'm asking this question to. MSS, did someone want to? Don't know. Does someone want to stand? Kim, would you like to actually stand up and answer that question? Are we going to fight? Who wants to answer? Okay. So just the question is, it looked like to me that 10.63% is applied across the board to all the fees, except I wasn't sure if the bulky item, it was applied there.
Correct. My name is Neil Roscoe. I'm the CFO of Marin Sanitary Service.
Thank you.
Good evening. No, that rate increase was not applied across the board to all those smaller supplementary costs. One of our objectives is to try and give more detail behind those costs and make them more consistent with other jurisdictions as well.
So I'm really not sure what that answer is. So you said that it's not across the board.
Not across the board.
So some are less than 10.63?
Some will be less, some may be a little more, and there are some items there that are new to that schedule to try and make it clearer for all the jurisdictions.
Okay, and then the bulky waste, what kind of percentage increase is that? there was no prior years to look at, so I couldn't
Okay,
tell.
so those costs are consistent with what we've had in other jurisdictions.
Okay,
Try
so
and get-
does that answer my question?
Yes,
Is it
it does.
10.63 or more?
If they are approximately 10.63%.
Okay, great, thanks. Renee, did you want to add something?
We don't officially have a bulky item pickup service at this time with Marin Sanitary. It's not in our list of services. Kim, you should come up and
Maybe you can
speak to
talk
this.
about...
But Kim and I work often very closely on services, and we will be looking further at what services we do have and what we will be hoping to add. So Kim, can you respond to the bulky
Marin
item?
Sanitary Service. So the bulky item collection for a fee has always been offered
That was clear
long
from the rate
time
schedule.
for everyone. What hasn't been offered is the program where customers can call in a couple times a year and have that covered as part of their rate. And that is something that we're proposing for everybody.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Kim. Sure. Thanks, Renee. So those were all the questions I had on that item. It looks like nobody else does here. Did members of the public like to speak up? You have to come up to the mic and speak and give your name and address, please, Gio. And push the button.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Did you want to open the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to officially open the public hearing. So now I'd like to take public comment. Thank you for that clarification. Push the button, please.
George Taylor, Fairfax resident, Toyon Drive. I was just thinking, it's amazing to have the owner and the CFO here, so I got to ask some questions. But briefly, didn't there used to be hazardous waste pickup in Fairfax? And that
there
program,
still is a once a year. You can call to have that picked up at your curb once a year.
you have to call in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public like to speak during the public hearing? Patty, did you want to make some comments? Great, thank you. Push the button, please.
There we go.
Thank you. You want to just state your name for people
Sure.
that don't know you?
I'm Patty Garbarino. I'm the president of Marin Sanitary Service, and I have with me officially Ron Piombo, who's our new Marin Sanitary Service general manager and in charge of operations, and a Fairfax resident. He's been with us for 46 years. Neil, you've heard from our CFO. Kim is in charge of compliance and customer relations. They're available to answer any of your other questions. I just want to give a little bit, I'm here to talk about good news stuff. We did have a focus group effort that worked toward revising the formerly known as garbage bill, essentially messaging a bundling of all of our services that we provide. That's what we're moving toward. The focus groups consisted of small, single-family homes, multifamily residents, small business and large business. And it was actually done up in Ignacio in this very professional thing with two funny windows. Customers essentially told us they didn't know we were there, that they wanted more educational information. So as a result, we now have 3 full-time outreach and recycling program coordinators that all report to Kim to help guide recycling and organics diversion even further, especially in businesses and multifamily units. We're moving toward calling ourselves resource haulers and not garbage people anymore. That was actually, I think, an idea that came out of Fairfax. And I have to say our customers very much liked our service, so that felt good as you're sitting on the other side with chow mein wondering what they're going to say. We're proudest of, as was mentioned, the fact that our services continue to be lower than the Marin County average, even though we truly believe it's better and more comprehensive. We are net zero, which means that through our diversion programs, we avoid indirect emissions 19 times over than what we produce in direct emissions. And my dad would want me to say this, should our recycling program vanish, which it won't, most customers would require 2 waste cans and in theory then double their garbage bill. Finally, awards we've received since we last came before you. The California Product Stewardship Council named us Partner of the Year. The North Bay Leadership Council gave the Paint the Community Green Award to my dad, Joe. And finally, my father was inducted into the National Recycling Hall of Fame in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. David, you have a question?
Patty, or maybe even Kim, first of all, thanks for coming to the Fairfax Festival and bringing the team. And congrats to your dad on the awards. I think people are always looking in their bill to find a way that they can reduce overhead going forward. I've noticed since our household has shrunk down to 2 that we produce and throw away less. But I still think I have a big can. I have the bigger can. But looking through the rate structure, I see, wow, if I went to a smaller can, I would save over month after month. How do I do that?
Just by calling. And we do advertise, right, Kim, continuously about moving down to the smallest can possible, which is the 20-gallon can. I want to say 3 years ago, maybe a little bit less, we also did an audit because, of course, everybody wants to get to the smallest can. That's the overarching goal. And there were just 4 Fairfax residential units, single family, that weren't completely chock-a-block in their 20-gallon can. So we also continue to advocate, don't waste. Live like your grandparents. They didn't waste what we do in this generation.
You haven't met my parents.
I know. You're the second person in my 28 years in this job that mentioned the former generation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Patty.
You're welcome.
And I want to thank you again for having composting at Canyon Village. It's a huge hit. So that's multifamily townhouses. And for people who at first were reluctant, I see people who said, I don't have time to do it. Now they're dumping all their waste there, and they're just happier about it. So we're really glad that we have it. So thank you. And Kim worked with us on that. Thank you.
Can I just, for a piece of information, David, as you mentioned the size of the can, the 20-gallon looked the same as the 32-gallon, which not everybody knows. So when you scan your street and you see, well, why does everybody look like they still have the 32, but they're saying that, we can do 20, it's because the bottom is raised on the 32 to make it only hold 20. So, and I think they say 20 on them. Do they all say 20 on them?
They do.
They have a big 20, but it's the same size. So if you are confused, you should call and say, I think I could get by with a 20, and they'll deliver you the same cart, except the bottom is raised. So I encourage people to do that.
Kim, did you want to add something? Because we've got a few more public comments.
I do. Oops, sorry. One, I promised that I would give this surprise message to Renee tonight. It's about White Hill Middle School. They have officially added cardboard recycling. They've increased their bottles and cans recycling, and just recently decreased from 3 yard 3 days a week to a 2 yard 2 days a week. Jennifer Granier-Selvig, our commercial recycling coordinator, and Zoe Pearl, our schools recycling coordinator, just did training with the head building maintenance manager, and we'll start next school year, August, with composting. I had to give that.
Excellent.
It's hot off the press.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, more public comments? You could state your name, please.
Keith Silva, Sequoia
Hi,
Road,
Keith.
Fairfax. Patty and Neil, I just want to tell you that every Wednesday morning between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. I'm reading the New York Times and I hear your guys show up. We are so happy with this service. It's a wonderful service. The drivers are fabulous. The trucks are cool. We're real happy. Thank you very, very, very much, Patty.
Thanks, Keith. Any other public comments on this? Well, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I would like to entertain a motion. Renee, it should be yours, both of you.
I would move to approve the rate increase schedule for Marin Sanitary Services for the...
Speak
okay,
into
how's
the,
that?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the rate increase schedule for the Marin Sanitary Service for the provision of solid waste, garbage, and recycling services to the town.
Second that.
So maybe as a clear adjustment, Within your motion, that includes the adoption of the resolution as stated
Oh,
too?
sorry, yes, and adopting the resolution of the town council approving a garbage and recycling service rate increase in the town of Fairfax.
And second?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a quick 5 or so minute break, and then we'll reconvene for the regular agenda. So we're going to start our regular agenda, and our first item is discuss, consider the residents' petitions regarding the noise ordinance and the status of Deer Park Villas improvements to mitigate noise. And Garrett, you want to give the staff report?
Sure. I think what I'd like to do for the staff report is take a slightly different approach. Typically what I do is I go through the background and history of where we're at. I did that last meeting. I think what I'd like to do is just focus with the council's direction last meeting, which was June 3rd. So June 3rd, basically the council had a discussion regarding Deer Park Villa. They also had a discussion related to petitions submitted to amending the zoning language in the limited commercial zone, and you also talked about the noise ordinance. So if we start with the petition related to amending the zoning code for limited commercial, at that time staff did report that while we can do that, any revisions to it regarding outdoor uses wouldn't apply to any current uses or any current use permits, and at that time the council decided not to direct staff to undertake any changes at this time. In terms of Deer Park Villa, one of the things that the council discussed, and two things, is the council focused on the proposed improvements for Deer Park Villa that might mitigate the noise. And after a lengthy discussion, the council indicated that it would like to continue the item to this meeting, and at that time evaluate the status of the progress of the owner in implementing those changes. One being, we know, a sound system, and two, the talk was at that time a vegetative type of sound wall, maybe the progress. But really the purpose of this meeting, the council indicated, was really to hear where we're at. Is it going to be stalled in a timely manner? Is that going to meet your concerns? And if not, then you would take up the discussion of referring the matter to the Planning Commission. And if you chose to refer the matter to the Planning Commission, the recommended approach would be you would direct the Planning Commission to ratify the conditions of the use permit, since we know there is one, but no one can actually find a hard copy. And two, also direct them, if they believe it's appropriate, that they consider modifications to use permit, which could affect the times of when noise outside could be could be produced. And so that was one of the things the council said that you do, possibly refer the item to the Planning Commission, but a lot would depend on how your discussion went this evening. In terms of the noise ordinance, the council also said, well, depending on the progress of the owner in mitigating the noise, we would also consider revisions to the noise ordinance. But at this time, I would recommend that I not go into the options related to the noise ordinance, and that perhaps the council first focus on the Deer Park issue, and then afterwards we can then move on to the noise ordinance, and I could share the options at that time. So with that pretty much concludes the staff report, unless you want me to go back through the history of how we got here.
No, I'm also going to suggest that often we have public comment, community comment, but I think maybe since Mike has some new information to provide, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to have Mr. Giangalli stand up and talk about what he's planning and the timing of that, and then we could open it up to general public comment, and then bring Mike back as necessary or go into more of these details. I think that would help kind of set the stage. Does that work for folks here? So Mike, is that okay? Would you be willing to come up and talk about what you're planning and the dates and kind of fill us in? That would be wonderful. And just because we're recording this, if you don't mind giving your name yet again. And you need to press the button, as you know.
Thank you. My name's Mike Giangalli, representing Deer Park Villa, Fairfax. So, in our continuing efforts to mitigate the issue here with some of our neighbors, as promised, David, and the rest of the council, there's been a purchase of the new sound system, which I sent you a letter, I believe, maybe you have it, I don't know, from Bananas at Large, which was recommended, the sound system was recommended from the mediation that we had, and then we met with a noise expert and said that zoning your grove would be helpful. So as opposed to having two speakers that try to shoot across the grove over towards our reception areas, we're zoning it in, I believe, into 3, maybe even 4 zones. So basically how the weddings work is they have their ceremony under the grove. Takes about a half an hour. When they're finished with that, they mosey on over to the outdoor bar area, and appetizers and drinks are served for about an hour, sometimes a little bit longer. So when we have the background music on, the zone will be focused more down there. So also, instead of larger speakers, there's smaller speakers. I haven't actually seen the exact sizes of them, but today was a day that our contractors were working on wiring the grove, and should be. I thought it would be finished today, but it looks like it's going to be finished by tomorrow, is what they told me. They ran into some issues. The sound system, only half the sound system's in. So, in fact, I got an email from Jeff Sterling today telling me that they're trying to expedite the rest of the equipment. My thinking is that the equipment should be able to be installed and completed by the end of this month. If it was already here, it'd probably be within this week. I don't know. That really depends on when the equipment comes. But anyway, so that's going to go, I believe, a long ways in helping to mitigate this. That's one thing that we're doing. That's not the only thing that we're doing, but that's a major issue. I mean, not a major issue. It's a major purchase for us. And so we're working on that. One other thing I can tell you that I've had bids on would be window coverings for the indoors, for some of our major, larger windows, and those will come in handy as we try to mitigate noise that comes from the building. So that's about, those aren't that inexpensive either, but it's okay. So we're working on that, and we continue to work on things as we go along.
Can I just interrupt you? So on the bids for the window coverings, do you have any ETA on when that would be occurring?
I'm just getting the bids now, so my goal would be within 2 or 3 months, because I got to kind of plan my purchases out. And then John had mentioned a design that he saw up at the Civic Center that was would help keep the sound in the grove as well. So part of this, I have no idea how much that costs yet, because we're just so busy we weren't able to get that priced out yet. But if that was to happen, and I haven't determined whether I can afford to do that one yet, but that would be a winter project, January, February, March type of idea, if I can get to doing that. I also think that what we're currently doing could really do the trick, because well, first of all, I need to state for the record that I just want to remind everybody that the violations over the 40 or so years has been one. I like to say it was none, but it wasn't. It was one. And so the idea of mitigation is something that I've been trying to do the entire time, and I think some of these moves we're making now continue to show our concern to be a good neighbor, and at the same time should improve things. I don't know if it will make everybody happy, but certainly it shows the effort. So as far as that goes, that's what we've done. David said, make sure I don't embarrass him or something like that. And so are you pleased with our efforts, David?
Well, Mike, let me ask you a question. We're meeting again on August 5th. Do you have any confidence that the system might, in total, be up? And also, do you have an event planned between now and August 5th?
Yeah, that's a good question. Here's the thing, is that since there's really nothing to measure it by, we're within the law right now, so everything we're doing is just one more thing to make it better. So I'm not really sure. I think by the mere or the fact that we actually installed it and are doing it and continue to be good neighbors, I think that is where I think everyone's satisfaction should lie.
Well, that's where your satisfaction would last. My satisfaction would be if I never see the people in the second row ever again in my life.
Well,
that would be.
I can't vouch for that, but I can tell you that we've taken major investment and major steps to mitigate a situation where we're not even violating the law. So you take that to heart, and I have faith, though, that this will improve things, to answer your question.
So maybe just to clarify, we do have the letter from Jeff Sterling at Bananas at Large, and I understand that part of that letter says that Mike and his team specified the goal of not only staying within the 55 decibels, but to mitigate that even further and keep the sound in the grove as much as possible. So that's good news. And then I think David's point is that you said, the sound system could be in if it was all here, which it's not by the end of this week, but barring that, the end of this month. So we've got a council meeting August 5th. And one of the questions is, do you have an event scheduled sometime after that sound system so, we could sort of check it out? And, I'm sure you've got things scheduled out. Would you know off the top of your head if you've got something around that time?
We have events in August, and I'd have to look at them closer to figure out exactly what's going on with them. Like in the events that we've had since January, there's been a number of them. I don't even know if those have had. Those have been relatively quiet.
We're looking at going forward. So here's what I'm saying is, you've been coordinating with John, and we appreciate that. As soon as that sound system is in, if you could have yourself or your team contact John, and then if you could let Garrett know when your events will be around that time, and we will agendize this for August 5th. We want to keep on top of it, so you can come back and tell us how things are going from your perspective and how the installation is, and perhaps if things are working on the bids for the curtains, and if you got more information on the Civic Center would be great. So maybe that's one of the things to keep this moving forward, and we appreciate your efforts so far, but I'm sure other council members may have questions for you.
But wait a minute. I think, Mike, looking at your perplexed face, what we're trying to do here is balance whether we're going to kick this thing back to the Planning Commission. 3 of us, I think, last time voted, myself included, not to do that in anticipation of the implementation of your new improvements. So what the mayor is getting at is we want to see the improvements in as soon as possible and then have a real-time test. And on the basis of that, then have to balance whether we're going to kick this entire thing into...
Well, that's not what we agreed to, as you know. I have the minutes in front of me. We did the mitigation that we were asked to do, and we actually volunteered to do. And, this is measured every time we have an event. In fact, we even have one further step we've been taking, and we now have a security guard that his only job is to go out to the fence line and keep taking recordings and writing them down. So we're documenting this thing every day that we have events. So actually, I'm not really, to be honest with you, I'm not really willing to keep being scrutinized for a law that I'm not even breaking. I'm mitigating this. I will remind the council that our position is that we have a valid permit and there's no valid grounds to kick it back to the Planning Commission. And we would strongly object to that.
Yes, I know you would, and I would strongly suggest to you that we are the guardians of that use permit, and we decide whether it goes to the Planning Commission as a group. So your bluster here is not welcome. What is welcome to head off going in that direction is continued good efforts and a real-time exemplar.
Well, I am
working.
By the way, David, this was the 4th of July. I don't know if you know what happens around the 4th of July. People go away. It's a lot harder to do business in July. But this isn't bluster. You told me, do something. Don't let me down. I'm not letting you down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, because, that was one of my concerns when I agreed to do this. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this. When I come back to the council, I'm going to still be treated like I'm 5 years old. I'm sorry. That's not bluster. That's common sense. I made a major investment to mitigate a situation on a law that I'm not even violating. Okay, so now it's time to give a little bit of respect to the Deer Park Villa, the history of the Deer Park Villa, my family, and my efforts, and my staff's efforts. Now it's time to give it back to me and to us. So that's not bluster, that's a fact.
With all due respect, may I speak?
Sure, Renee.
I feel as though what we're doing in this came up the first time I sat up here, which is 2.5 years ago. And we've been going forward and continuing this item for a very long time. I think this sort of 5-year-old back and forth, that you're talking about, needs to now grow up to the point where we realize and admit that we have no use permit in hand.
That's not true.
Well,
that's a false statement.
But just a moment. We don't have one in hand. We have minutes that refer to it. We have...
I don't think a court of law would agree with that.
Can I just finish, please? I'm hoping that we don't have to have a court of law to agree or disagree. But just a moment. We have a planning commission, and I think that this planning commission has been put up as the big evil. The planning commission is there to help us sort out situations that we are in right now, which is that we're working on something that you say is a document that's legal and that you're going by, and that
that's not what I say.
That's not what you said.
It's what history says. It's what the minutes say. The fact that we're even discussing this again, this part of it, is off base in my mind.
Doesn't it make sense, though, that we would go in a very, very calm and collected way to our planning commission, who we appoint to help us through situations that have to do with permitting uses, and take a step from there?
No, not if he agrees to take enough action so that, again, the people in the second row can do something else with their Wednesday nights.
Well, I understand, but we still need to have something to work from. We need to look at the daylight hours. We need to look at some of the terms in the ordinance, but we can't do that without a document that refers to your specific situation in your business. This is not about disrespecting your family and what you bring to Fairfax. We need a solution, and we need to resolve this.
You're calling us liars, aren't you?
No.
No?
I'm not calling anyone a liar.
You don't believe me when I tell you we have a use permit?
We need something in hand.
You do? I'm sorry you lost it, but it's there and it's in the
So
minutes.
let's just, okay, just let's.
I'm not going to. Here's
I
the
just
thing.
wait,
I did.
John,
I
just
did
hold
what I
on.
asked you.
Okay, so-
I did exactly what you asked me to do, and you're once again you're attacking me like I've committed a crime. As a matter of fact, we're good guys, and we've mitigated this thing, and we'll continue, David, to mitigate it. But I'm not going to have it measured. It gets measured every day.
So let's.
What's there to measure?
Mike, so a couple of things. What we're trying to do is, I know you've made new steps, and we appreciate that. What we're trying to do is, I agree with you that not everybody's going to be happy with everything. So I know David's wish is that people don't ever show up here again, but I know this has been going on for a number of years.
I promise I won't.
The use permit, as we know it, is different. What it says is that for private party events, 8:30 is when music ceases. 10 o'clock is for charity events. So what we're trying to do here is get a feel for where we are. At one point you talked about a year ago about a vegetative sound wall, and that wasn't very effective, and I know you tried. So what we're trying to make sure is that we come up with something that's effective. And I personally acknowledge that not everybody is going to be pleased with everything. I think that's realistic. But I think you've made some steps, and what we'd like to do is bring this back in August. Let's see how it works. Let's see, let's have, let's go out there when there's an event or listen when there's an event and see how well the new zoning works.
Well, let me say something about that. Number one, there's a learning curve on these things. We need to use it. We need to implement it, okay? I like to maybe even take a vacation at one time the past 3 years, which I have not. So maybe we come back in September. Give it a rest for 1 month. Number two, what are we going to measure it by? I haven't seen anyone come out to listen to it as it's been this entire time. I've invited people to come work with me at these weddings and watch what we do. So now you want to come out and listen to it, which is fine. You're also welcome to do that, but there's just nothing to measure it against. In the meantime, we also have to remember that a lot of the agreements we have with people were from a year ago. I'm talking about customers and guests and things like that. So a lot of the success of this, these mitigation efforts will be ongoing into the future as we make and we walk people through the, whatever new processes we have. Like, guess what? You're going to plug into that. Things like that. So I would imagine, I'm just guessing, is that there's a slight transition and segue into this new system. So anyway, that's what we're doing.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I interrupted John, and I know you wanted to speak, and John's been working with you, and we appreciate that cooperation.
Yeah, and Mike, you and I met at your place and talked about the different mitigation thing, and that's how we came up with the sound system. And I totally appreciate that, and I think we're driving at the same thing, is basically putting the sound where the people are and turning it down so that they can hear it effectively. And I think it's, it'll improve your business to have a good sound system. And the way I see it, it's, to get into a fighting over, the legal aspects of it and stuff basically makes, taking their money and giving it to lawyers when really, the money is effectively spent improving your business by getting a better sound system in there, which will ultimately also help your neighbors. And it's the same deal with that effective sound wall, not hanging plants, but something that soaks up sound like they have at Civic Center. And I think it does take time to figure out exactly, how to use the system effectively so that the people are happy and so that the DJ is, also happy and, so that it works. And I would appeal to people having to listen to it now to, listen to how it changes. And frankly, it's the first time I've heard an invite to come down during a wedding to hear what it's like. But I would like to do that to see, you know, not stay for the whole wedding thing, you know, but yeah, wedding crasher, yeah, that's, you know, just to have something to compare it with and then see how that changes, because I expect that, you know, it's imminent. If the wiring's getting finished tomorrow, you know, then you're going to have the you know.
Well, then the equipment's right. But by the way,
Yeah.
this is all in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Everything here in my mind is positive. I just, you know, I'm tired of having that little thing to my head all the time. I mean, there's a lot of other things that happen to, you know, that affects us, but it doesn't stop us from continuing our improving of not just the speaker system, but the window coverings, just the overall management of our business as we move forward. And I mean, believe me, as much as the neighbors, I'm sure, don't want to keep being here, I think that they're going to see some nice differences. I think they probably already have, because we've been working hard on just, you know, common sense approaches to managing it, you know, by the minute, basically. And you got to realize that a lot of times, once you get past the background music part, which never seems to be a problem, the management of this is about when they make speeches, being right there with the DJ, telling them this is where we want people to be able to speak to the Grove, not past the Grove. So all these things we've been doing this whole time, I mean, especially a lot more in the last, 6 months. We've always done it, but as we keep hearing, hey, guess what, we're still hearing it, it's still bothering us, we take it seriously, we keep zoning it down. One thing we can safely say is there has not been violations, but at the same time, my goal is to make it, you know, really, by the time I'm done with Deer Park, they may not even know we're ever open, because that's how quiet I plan to make the surroundings. You know, the outskirts of the property, the Grove, like we talked about, the speakers, David, window coverings, I don't care what it is, but it doesn't, you know, this does cost money, by the way, and I have spent money already. Apparently it wasn't that effective. I put up sound walls, I put up the live wall, which isn't as live as I was hoping, and we try to manage it better. But we'll continue to do that, I promise you, like I promised that I would have this thing in motion with the speakers. You know, maybe we can, you know, there's not a whole lot of events because this was kind of a transitional year for us.
Do you have them before the end of the month? You do?
No, not especially not with the new system.
No, I mean without the new system.
Yeah, here's, I could tell you what, there's only one, let me think about this. There's only one more event this month that has anything outside, unfortunately, but that's true. And I'd rather tell you off the record why, that what is happening with me that particular day. So, anyway, there's a personal thing that's going on that day.
If you can communicate what that date is to me.
Say it again?
If you can communicate what the dates are to me, then
I will.
That'll be great, because then I'd love to
I will.
show up.
And sure. So, are there any other questions?
I think we will make it quick, and then we'll open it up to public comment. We appreciate you standing up here so long, and we may call you back, Mike, but
Okay,
Peter, if you could ask a quick question.
Mike,
I'm sorry.
Sure, thanks. A couple things. I'm a little new to this. The use permit that everyone seems to be working off of is the minutes from May 10th, 1976, and it says no live music will be played outside the premises after 8:30 p.m. except for charitable events, and that at the charitable events the music will terminate by 10 p.m.
Right.
And is that your understanding that that's the use permit that is operative here? Or?
Well, I read it exactly the way you read it, and I also read the part where they weren't even measuring it. It was just, hey, it seems loud, turn it down, you know, that kind of thing. There's no decibel. So what I'm contending, and I think maybe I'll run across the document. I'm not sure. So far, not yet, but on that one, or the minutes even, Because all this stuff here I said was happening and said, no, we found everything so far except the 1981 ordinance. They made a Zone B, as you guys know. There's only one company in Zone B, Deer Park Villa. It was made specifically for Deer Park Villa. And what they did, Peter, was they looked at the 8:30 and the 10 o'clock thing. They chose the 10 o'clock thing, and they said it didn't matter what the event was. Okay? And then they said, we're going to put decibels on it because we need to be able to measure it to say, hey, you're over the limit. And that's when Fairfax first purchased their decibel readers. So that was kind of the idea behind the ordinance. We have the right to play outdoor music. And by the way, you know, that 10 o'clock thing is something I'm willing to talk about. Also as a mitigating factor. But you know, there was a reason why it's been enforced this way for 40 years.
So my
but the answer is that that permit that we're looking at, that's in the minutes, says 8:30 and 10 o'clock. That's true. What you said is true.
Right, and so, and it's your understanding that's the only use permit that we have a record of? Right?
No, that's my understanding is that somewhere along the line,
that we
around
have a
1981,
record of,
around 1981.
Not talk. I don't want to interrupt, but I don't want to be here all night. Not talking about the ordinance, because the ordinance is different than the use permit. The use permit is specific to your business, and I just want to clarify that that's the only use permit that we're talking about here, right? The one that was issued or reflected in the minutes in 1976. Okay. Is that your understanding?
No, it's not. My understanding is that we have a use permit that allows us to do exactly what we're doing now, 55 decibels and 10 o'clock at night.
Do you have a copy of that, or does your lawyer?
Yes, right. We don't have a copy of that, by the way. What I have is 40 years of enforcement based on that idea. Our business licenses and all that. So I'm going to continue to do research on that part, but I certainly don't want to get stuck on it.
Okay, and
okay.
Are you...
Peter, I think...
I need to clarify this.
Okay.
Are you having live music for non-charitable events after 8:30 p.m. currently?
For the past 40 years, we've been doing weddings and other events there. That's right.
Okay, and how late do you typically run your live music events?
On the
outside.
Yeah, right. I'm going to tell you. On the more newer events that were more, let's say, recent bookings, it's, you know, we're shooting for 9 o'clock. And then some of the people on the old contracts are going past that, but not past 10 o'clock, like 9:45 or something like that. We're narrowing that down to 9 o'clock just because we're trying to manage it better. But that's what we're currently doing.
Okay.
And we're doing it based on my family's, not just the memory of it, it's just the way that we've been conducting the business for since 1981, how many, that's not 40 years, but however long that's been. And when I took over and got all my permits from the town to continue the operation and this and that, everyone knew exactly how we were doing it. So but like I said, there's room for mitigation. It's just, but yeah, I'm not sure what else to say except that
okay. Well,
for all I know, just like the town lost the original permit, I'm assuming they lost the updated one that matches the 1981 ordinance.
Well, this appears to be the only use.
We have no record of anything other than 1976, but let's open it up to public comment.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mike, for being so patient. So I think we have some folks wanting to comment. Lou, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Lou Tremaine, 1790 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Fairfax. I've been watching this saga unfold from the comfort of my living room. And as you know, since I left the council in 2012, it is rare that I am moved to come down here and say anything. But after I watched the last town council meeting, the June meeting, I was moved to take some action. I have here a petition which I circulated on the Sunday of the Fairfax Festival for about 3 hours. I contacted 89 people at the festival and in the downtown, 86 people I should say. 84 of them signed the petition. That is 84 signatures. And I will read the petition because it's brief. Petition to the town council. I would note, by the way, that I wrote this. I passed it by Mike, but this is me and the 84 people who signed it. Petition to the town council of the town of Fairfax supporting the fair treatment of Deer Park Villa. We, the undersigned residents and patrons of Fairfax, California, petition the Fairfax Town Council in support of Deer Park Villa, the town's 99-year-old catering, restaurant, and celebration venue located at 367 Bolinas Road, Fairfax, California. We state for the record that it is unfair for the Town Council to hold Deer Park Villa and its operators apart from every other business and residence in the town when it comes to enforcement of the community's 1981 noise ordinance. Since the enactment of the 1981 noise ordinance, Deer Park Villa has had exactly one violation, a remarkable track record for a business that hosts and produces celebratory events. We state for the record that it is unfair for the town to bow to a handful of residents whose presence in the community is predated by decades by the operation of Deer Park Villa. It could not have been a secret to those neighbors that they were taking up residence in a proximity to a historic celebration venue. We state for the record that it is unfair for the town to force Deer Park Villa and its operators before the town's planning commission because the town cannot find Deer Park Villa's use permit under which the business has operated since 1968. There is no justification to penalize Deer Park Villa for the town's own failure to properly maintain its municipal records. We call upon the Fairfax Town Council to treat this long-standing and historic business in our community with the fairness that it deserves. There is very little difference between this issue and the issue that we faced regarding the Good Earth when I sat up where you guys are sitting. It was neighbors not happy that they had moved in to a neighborhood where there was a long-standing use. The difference is Deer Park Villa has been operating continuously and there was a lapse in the use of the Good Earth location. But it was essentially the same issue. And at the time I thought we did the right thing. We reminded the neighbors that it is the residents' responsibility to choose where they move wisely. And I'll use myself as an example. A few years back, before I left the council, I moved to downtown Fairfax. And I did so knowing exactly what I was getting into, and I can tell you a few things, one of which is your noise ordinance works really well. I'm about a football field from the deck of 19 Broadway and above it, and I am never bothered by the music from 19 Broadway or from Perry's when I'm sitting inside my residence, windows open or not. They abide by the noise ordinance. I am not bothered. I can walk out on my balcony and I can hear the music, but that doesn't keep me from being able to have a conversation with my neighbor on the next balcony. Never once. Now, there are times when I am awakened in the middle of the night by loud voices of people coming out of the bars because it ricochets off of the hill behind my apartment and into my back window. Am I happy about that when it happens? No, I'm not. Do I complain about it when it happens? No, I don't. Why don't I complain? I don't complain because I moved into downtown Fairfax. What else should I have expected living a football field from a nightclub? I knew what I was doing. I love downtown Fairfax. I love the vibrance of downtown Fairfax. And so I chose to move there because it was a good fit for me. If I were noise averse, or if I didn't like music, I wouldn't have chosen to move where I moved. And it would have been my responsibility to make sure that I moved someplace where I was going to be happy. That is the crux of this issue. At some point, it has to be recognized that Mike is not violating the law. At some point, we have minutes that say he has a use permit. We know what the use permit says. We have an ordinance that changes by designating his particular business in a zone, referred to in the ordinance. We know what that says. We have a copy of that ordinance. That you want to take this to the Planning Commission is amazing to me. That this has gone on for 3 years is amazing to me. If he was violating the law, it would be one thing. But he's only violated it once since 1981. What are we hassling Mike Garangelli about? And anybody who remembers his and my tenure on the council know that he and I didn't agree on a whole bunch of stuff when we were on the council. We were adversaries, if you will. But I sit in my living room and I watch these meetings and I see over and over again this issue come up and I just shake my head. And when I heard at the last meeting that you were contemplating sending him to the Planning Commission because you all can't find the use permit, I popped. I'm sorry. I wrote a petition and I went out and I got signatures on it because I am stunned. At some point, enough is enough. He has done many things to mitigate. He has had events on several occasions this summer. He's not aware of any violations. He's not aware of any complaints. They haven't been made known to him, so I'm guessing that they haven't happened. Fair is fair. You guys were, or we were fair to the Good Earth when the Good Earth wanted to expand and move and improve that property. I think this council needs to show that same fairness to Deer Park Villa and the Garangelli family. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou.
Mayor, we just remember, if I'm correct, Garrett, wasn't the conversation a meeting or two ago that these records were records that were destroyed in the flood of late '05? It's not as if we go around destroying our records, losing our records, or inattentive to our records. A flood came by and took the records from us.
Well, all we know is either it's the flood or when files were infested by rodents. Probably in one of those two circumstances, the files were tossed out. That'd be our best guess. That's our best guess.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification, David. Other members of the public? We have Michael McIntosh, I think. First, Mike, would you state your name for the...
Certainly. Michael McIntosh. I remember a Saturday evening 36 years ago on May 5th, 1979, when we had a small little band and a guitarist playing music. Happy Sounds at Deer Park Villa is my wedding. And I don't remember any complaints at the time, and they're happy sounds. And I'd really like to think of what the sounds are and what the noise are, because these are the things that made me want to come back and be a part of Fairfax. That still has my interest to come back here in Fairfax. And it's a vibrance, but they're happy sounds. They certainly pre-exist us, But more than anything else that I've certainly come up here quite a few times to say, as Lou has also brought up tonight, there's real inconsistency on how we treat different people in this town, and that's the part that I think is really wrong. And that's the part that I'd really like everybody on the council to really think about if you were in my seat sometimes, Michael's seat sometimes, and say, how would I like to be fairly treated? Because it can sometimes be hurtful when we don't think that we are all treated special. And so it's something to really consider on how we treat others. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. You wouldn't mind stating your name again?
Thank you. My name is Allison Mulliken. I live at 60 Porteous Avenue. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank Mike Girangelli for putting together a proposal for a new sound system. I live right next to Deer Park Villa, and I'm very much in favor of the sound being mitigated and it being improved. And I'd like to thank you, Mike, for doing that. I'd also like to thank you, the council, for hearing this issue for 2+ years. You know, I sit here tonight and I hear words like respecting my family. I hear words like coming in with bluster or let's be fair. And I think, well, all the other towns in Marin have a permit for this kind of thing and a time that it's supposed to end, and that there's real closure, and that everybody really knows what's supposed to happen with an event in their community. And I'm a little, I feel unsure about tonight going into this with just, I would like to try this new sound system. I would like to know that this is working. I would like it to work. I would also like the assurance that I know what's going to happen going forward, such as I'm aware the property is up for sale. It has been on MLS for $7.5 million. I've seen it. I don't know what happens if this property is sold with this agreement. And I think I appreciate Michael's comment about being fair. I appreciate, is it Luke?
Lou Tremaine, who was a member of this council up until recently.
I appreciate Lou's comment about things being fair. And in my estimation, as I sit here, I feel like being fair, and this isn't in my favor as a community member, as a Deer Park neighborhood member, I feel like being fair would be to have the Planning Commission take this under their wing and make some guidelines and have it really be done, have there be closure on this issue. And that's vulnerable for us as Deer Park neighborhood residents. It's vulnerable for Mike as a business owner. But I wonder if that perhaps might really give us all closure. And then I really do think that, David, you would not see me here again on a Wednesday night, no matter who owns that property or plans events there. Thank you.
Can I suggest to you where this would go down that road? If we went to the Planning Commission, there would be an outcome. It would be appealed to us. We would make a decision. That decision, I have a bad feeling, would find its way into a courtroom, much like the last one did. And we would be seeing you a lot. We would be giving her a lot of money. And at the end of this, there would be even more sour relations between the property owner and the Deer Park neighborhood. My goal, and sort of my pressing Mike on this, and I know that I'm pressing him beyond his tolerance and certainly beyond his appreciation, is to head that cluster off and see if we can resolve this merely on technology. The technology he's put in, the technology that John has been speaking about for a meeting or two, and see if we could just do an end run around what I see as a bad ending all around. And I'm hoping that people of goodwill, which I think everybody has, will coalesce around enough technology and fixes so that you guys can live with the quiet use and enjoyment of your property, so that it's not what they call a nuisance, whether it's within the noise ordinance decibel levels, somewhat abstract. That's not what I'm shooting for. What I'm shooting for is that he can run a viable business and that you folks can have the same sort of enjoyment in your houses that I hear Lou Tremaine enjoys when he's sitting in his place on Sir Francis Drake. That's the goal here. I'm averse to this idea right now of going forward to the Planning Commission. I see no better end to that.
Well, you have more experience, of course, than I do with that. And, you know, I'm aware the Marin Art and Garden Center right down the road does weddings and events. They take it inside at 8:30. Their community is very much involved in their concerts on Thursday nights, and they have a great relationship with that community. I think there are precedents that are set.
You know, there was some information that was given us a while ago about different cities, and I looked at a lot of that. So the Art and Garden Center is a nonprofit.
Yeah.
It's not a business.
Yeah.
Many of the other things that were brought forward were either city-owned properties. They were not private businesses. So I think I hear what David says is that I frankly would like to see us work through the technology. I also feel that Lou's points are well taken about you are near a venue. There are going to be times when you will hear things no matter what is done. Yeah. And, you know, some of that is just living in proximity. So it's a mix.
And I understand that. Forgive me for interrupting, but I understand that. And when Mike was talking about the weddings, I smiled. I love weddings. We love that happy sound. It's not about that. There's more to it. And of course, we like the aliveness that our neighborhood has. We're not wanting that to go away.
Right. Well,
thank you.
Thank you for speaking up. So other members of the public want to speak on this issue? And if you could state your name and address if you feel comfortable doing so.
Hi, I'm Marcia Custer. I live at 12 Porteous. Just a couple of points. Thank you, Mike, for all you've done. We appreciate it. We've asked for several years, and this is the first time that we've seen real progress forward, and we really appreciate that. And David, I hope I don't have to see you anymore either. If let us say Deer Park is sold, and there is no available use permit, what do we in the neighborhood expect from the property? Is it Mike's interpretation of the current use agreement, or is it the interpretation of the new owner's interpretation of the use agreement? I think it's the fuzziness that we're a little concerned about. As Allison said, let's put it to bed. Let's have closure. Let's say that we all adopt the current use permit, which says 8:30 if it's private, and 10 o'clock if it's a nonprofit. But let's define it. We're just kicking the can again if we just say let's keep the noise down. And the reason the noise has changed, and I know it's been 40 years, because I was at an event 30 years ago. Amplification has changed. DJs have changed. And what's happened is Mike is kind of mitigating that as we go forward, but still, the noise is a lot different now than it was 5 years ago or whatever.
I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate the closure situation that clarification and finality on the use permit would give you. Okay, but I'm kind of going for something more here, which is it's not just that I want you to be happy at 8:30. I want you to be happy at 7:30, 6:30, 5:30. All along the path of the day, the weekends, beforehand, and that's what I think Mike is getting to. The better sound system will make your life better at 7 o'clock, not just at 8:30 when he pulls the plug out. So to me, it's a balancing of those. I think he's going to respect what he understands and what we're sort of understanding together to be the terms of that use permit from the minutes, leaving out the legalities of it. But what I think Mike is driving to is something better. And that's, at least for me, that's where I'm pushing, to get it better, to get past the nuisance, not just decibel levels.
And we appreciate that, but what if he sells the property?
I think, let's bring it back. I think one of the issues, if the property was sold, and it's my understanding if the property were sold, it would probably be for a different use. But if it were to be the same use, which I don't think is what is contemplated, I think potentially that would be a good time to bring it to the Planning Commission just to clarify. And usually, even if it were to be the same use, they would want enough differences that we'd probably have to bring it back anyway.
I think that's fair.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. Rose, I think you wanted to speak on this issue. If you could state your name, if you feel comfortable doing so, and address.
Rose Tabor, 94 Hillside Drive, Fairfax. I just wanted to bring up that in the days that we bought our home, which was 1965, there was no disclosure laws. We did not know what we were getting into. And we worked with Mike's parents for many, many years. And you have to remember, too, that in those days, the musical equipment was different, the sound system was different than it is now. As I've said before, we had Van Morrison on one hill, we had Grateful Dead on the other hill, and there were a few others around. And we got along with them. But when there's this equipment that's out there now you can't go to bed at night if I do have health problems, so I admit I go to bed early. You can't close the bedroom window and knock out the noise, the music. And I think that's, So I do appreciate what Mike has done, and I hope that it continues. And I guess we've been led along for so long that we're kind of wary of what's going on. I thank you for all the work the council has done on it, too.
Rose.
Thank you.
I just have a question. I haven't heard from any of the neighbors, their experience over the last month or so since the high season has come, the event season. I haven't heard anything. Positive, negative. Is it better? Is it worse?
Well, we're sort of in a holding pattern. I think it has gotten better, but I don't know why. Before we tried to get dates of when there were going to be events at Deer Park Villa, and those were not disclosed to us. I don't know what we were going to do, but that way we could either plan our parties at home so that we wouldn't be disturbed, so we could eat outside without having somebody else's voice in our dinner. And I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought on that one. It's just, I would like to see some action taken, and just, I'm tired of it. It's been a lot of years. And the noise ordinance, when we came up with that noise ordinance, we did not think. The noise ordinance, the decibel reading should have been at the Deer Park Villa property line, not at our homes. Does that make sense?
That's been brought up in the past. Well, thank you, Rose, for your comments. We appreciate that. Any other public comments on this matter? So bringing it back to the council, John, you had a comment or a question?
Sure. I mean, I think it's pretty clear where we are in the process right now. I mean, Mike's just about to put in the new sound system. I mean, my inefficient yardstick of going there and listening to a wedding, seeing what it's like before it's turned on, and then, seeing how it changes is pretty effective. Basically, I think what we have to do is work together as a community, and it's never going to be like you can hear a pin drop, because frankly, it's a venue that's been there, kind of predates the town almost, and at least in incorporation, and so that's kind of what that is. I mean, it's known there, but I think Mike has shown in my conversations together, this mitigation by changing the sound system, going away from 2 big speakers that are making a lot of noise to several small speakers that are making less, the more local to where people are. Seems like a good strategy. And frankly, the curved sound wall along there, I mean, I showed Mike and Pete pictures of it, you know, what they've done at the Civic Center, you know, and it really works. If you stand next to that, it sounds like you're in a forest, you know, it soaks up sound. And I think that that not only will soak up sound, but it'll make it a nicer venue for Mike. And in the same way that these speakers, having a better sound system is going to improve his business, I think that sound wall will also. The question, you know, any business, you know, there's a bottom line involved. And so obviously, you know, it's going to cost money for the sound wall. We don't know how much that's going to cost. Mike doesn't know how much that's going to cost. So that's a little bit of an unknown right now. I'm really hoping that that pencils out because I think it'll improve the business. I think it'll improve the experience for the neighbors too. And really that's what you got to go by. And I think that rather than battling it out, especially, you know, going to the extremes of, you know, battling it out, and that leads to court, and that leads to everybody spending a lot of money on, you know, that talk about money going out of the community and not coming back. That's not really useful. I think by working together to come up with a workable solution is really the way to go. And I think that this sound system is the first step on that. And I'm really hoping it's successful for everybody.
And I think you also pointed out that you agree there's kind of a learning curve with this, so rather than bringing it back in August, maybe September might be better, but I want to let other members
I would agree with that also.
Well, I think I heard you say that earlier, so other members of the council like to speak on this matter. Peter, and make sure you talk into your microphone, it needs to be a little closer. Thank you.
The irony of not being heard. Like I said, I'm a little new to this controversy, but it's come up in the last couple of meetings, and I'm coming up to speed on it. I do appreciate Mike getting a new sound system. That's good for the business. It's certainly better for the neighbors. And hopefully that will mitigate things. I know in my personal experience, I've heard, I've been at parties on Cascade. I've heard, you know, music blaring from Deer Parkville in the past. So certainly the sound system does hold some promise of delivering a better sound quality experience for your guests and focusing it more locally and mitigating it for the neighbors. So we're hopeful that that will go a long way. We can't necessarily hope that there's going to be a technological fix, especially with something as esoteric as sound. And the other thing is that it depends on the operator of the system on a given night. And, you know, there's always a possibility of a sound system being turned up too loud, which exists regardless of the technology. I tend to think that we do need to get some kind of use permit in place. The only record that I see is this one from 1976, which is frankly a little restrictive, cutting off the music at 8:30. I think going forward, you know, people are talking about fairness. What's fair to everyone is our expectations and enforceable expectations of when the music will be curtailed at night for the benefit of the neighbors, balanced with what will work for this business, also taking into consideration the long history of this business having music. And I think it is important to clarify what that use permit would be in light of all the circumstances, including a new sound system. Eventually that's going to have to be dealt with, either you know, with the continued ownership by the Garanghelli family, or if it's sold to a new business, and especially if it's sold to a new business, I think we do have to have fair, reasonable, predictable expectations of how live music will happen at Deer Park Villa. And I don't see it as, some horrible contentious process leading to, intractable litigation. We have a very reasonable planning commission. I think they're very capable of balancing the needs of the business with the needs of the neighbors. And so I don't have faith that, technology is going to solve the problem or that it's going to go away in the future. But I would like to have this considered in light of the new sound system. It may make sense to wait until the new sound system is in place. But absent revising the use permit, I think then what we need to go on is this one that was on the records in 1976, which is frankly a little restrictive, I think, for the business. So that's my inclination as I see it for this controversy going forward. And I think we are eventually going to have to fashion a workable, predictable use permit for this property and for these neighbors so that we can go forward in the future, and so that Mike can book events knowing what's permissible and run his business in a predictable way, and so that the neighbors also can have an understanding of when music will last till. And I think our planning commission, and I think us ultimately, if we're in the position of overseeing what the planning commission does, or an appeal of the planning commission, could work out a reasonable, workable solution. But we do need some kind of predictability going forward.
Thank you, Peter. Renee, did you want to comment?
No, I'll just be very brief. But when we first considered this, I heard Mike say that he had hired and we actually were introduced to a new sound. I don't know if you would call him a technician or an engineer who you had hired specifically, who had some expertise in dealing with sound and directing sound. And that seemed like a great step. And then I'm not sure how that played out with him. As you install this new system, it seems as though you've got 3 zones. It would make sense to me that you would have to have someone who understood the system to work with the folks who are throwing the events, to some extent to know when you aim it where and how the zones work, when you turn this one on or off. It just seems as though what Peter, I'm going to echo what Peter said in terms of that there are a lot of pieces to making this work. I don't want to doubt you. I appreciate I understand and appreciate what you have done and the efforts that you are making. So don't take this as, this is not disrespecting how you've been hearing us and what you are trying to do. But I'm not confident that this is going to help us resolve the concerns that people have shown up to bring us without us having some clarity that comes from a use permit that we can use going forward. I think that possibly based on what Peter said, that this seems rather restrictive, the 1976 one. Then you said there was another that followed that didn't talk about the 8:30, it talked about 10 o'clock straight across the board. We don't have that, no record of that. So to have them look at it, it may come out in your favor to some extent, and I think we also have to look at the noise ordinance limits, the exterior noise limits, when we look at the daytime hours. I don't know if the Planning Commission has to look at that, Garrett? To look at the daytime hours and how we might adjust, and so 10 p.m. doesn't...
It's the council.
Okay, so that is something that, and I heard you say you were amenable to talking about, is let's look at that 10 o'clock. Did you not just say that earlier tonight? Like, let's look at the 10 o'clock.
Mike, do you want to come up to the podium and just say that, just so that we, quickly if we can? Sorry.
Well, I just want to make a point or two. One would be that when the neighbors asked me when we were running our events, and I said, I'm sure if you hear it, you'll tell me. And the fact that they don't even know when we ran the events, I think that's a pretty good situation for everyone involved. That means we were managing it correctly without even doing any new speakers or anything. Wanted to point that out because Rose made a point of not knowing when we ran our events. It's our business, by the way. I would like to have my attorney address you guys briefly.
I think at this point, let's wait. Let's finish up the council discussions because we haven't made any decision yet, but we really kind of stopped that. So, David, do you want to make a few comments?
No, just the recommendation that we continue this on to the September meeting. That gives Mike the chance to put the system into place, a couple of events, hopefully, to see how it works out. The opportunity for the folks in the second row in their neighborhood to take the measure of the quality of the sound system that Mike's put in. And then we can take that information, bring it back, and I sense what you guys are thinking with regard to the use permit on that side. And maybe it becomes a moot point and unnecessary, maybe not. But it seems that we are in a fact-gathering mode. And rather than advance this forward with more lawyer chat, we could just put this on the cooler on the side and come back and talk about this in 6 weeks.
So I want to say that my thoughts are similar vein, is that what we heard was Mike getting the technology in by the end of this month, that and I think John echoed that there will be a bit of a learning curve, so, and also maybe you want to take a day or two vacation, or a month, I don't know. But, and so we could bring it back December 3rd meeting, because at that point you could also talk to us about how it's going with the bids you're getting for the curtains, potentially hearing more about if you've got a price on that sound wall and if you think that's doable. But, you know, I hear what's being said at this end of the room about wanting clarity on that permit, but I also think we've been going through this for 2+ years, and I realize it's disturbing to folks who have been here complaining, and I don't want to say complaining, but raising concerns about this. But it seems like to me to act hastily to say send it to the Planning Commission, where I do believe David's scenario of potentially, and John's even, of potentially getting into battles with lawyers might come to fruition. I think it's worth taking some time, letting Mike implement what he's trying to do. Come back to us, talk about those bids on the curtains, talk to us about the sound system, how it's working. You know, are you seeing success? And give us a little time to get over that learning curve and have John go out there when there's a wedding before. And then afterwards, when you've got it online, and he's no total sound expert, but he's one of the best we have. And so that would be a good measure for us. So that's where I'm going with this. But if your attorney, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Could you make it really brief, your comments? And maybe you could say your name again, please.
Yes, my name is Bill O'Connell, and I'm the attorney for Mike and for Deer Park Villa. I have very little to add. First of all, I really would prefer to see Mike spending his money on technology and sound systems than on legal fees. I sincerely mean that. I don't think there is any real dispute that there is a use permit in place. In 1976, it was not merely discussed or reflected, but the 1976 minutes show that on a roll call vote, the permit was specifically approved. The one issue that I think in good faith there may be a difference on is that Mike believes that that was subsequently amended so that the commercial events shut-off time of 8:30 was extended till 10 o'clock. And the only suggestion I was going to make is that to throw this to the Planning Commission, first of all, that might provoke legal confrontations that, believe me, I would rather avoid and would prefer to see the technological solutions go on in the meantime. But the suggestion that I would make is that perhaps myself and counsel, lawyer for the council, discuss this issue of the 8:30, 10 o'clock dispute while the technological fixes are going on to see if there's some way to resolve that. It would seem a shame to initiate a whole series of planning commission hearings just to resolve that one issue. And, you know, like everything else in the world, that may be settleable. Attorney Colson could convince me that she's right on the point, or I her, or there might be some resolution to be arrived at. So I don't disagree with anything that the council has been suggesting, but would suggest that maybe we look at whether there's some way to resolve that, because that is certainly a sore spot and a difference of opinion. That is the 8:30, 10 o'clock issue. That's all I had to add.
Thank you very much. So with that, bring you back to the council again for kind of a final.
All right, I'll make a motion that if you don't have an objection, attorney, that engage in a phone conversation with counsel on this.
Yes, we have had numerous conversations, I think probably 2 or 3 conversations about this very issue. Garrett will tell you that he's been through all the minutes and all the records, and there's no indication that that use permit has been modified at all. And so everybody keeps talking about the Planning Commission like it's a punishment, it's a bad thing. And it shouldn't be viewed that way at all. It's a procedural mechanism for getting a piece of paper that is a use permit that has some conditions attached to it. And right now, the only thing we have is what's in the minutes. And so to send it to the Planning Commission is just a reaffirmation of an existing use permit.
Maybe.
With the conditions, but there is also, and I've had this conversation with council, the reason it gets to the Planning Commission is because there's been allegations of violations of those conditions on the use permit. And I think we have heard tonight actually admission of the violation of the 8:30 time limit, the condition on the use permit. So, okay. So that's something that the Planning Commission can look at and can try to evaluate whether or not that's still a good time. And if it is, fine. Reaffirm what's in the minutes, reaffirm the use permit that we all believe currently exists. Now, this is new. It's a little bit new to say that there's been some modification, and now that it's not 8:30 anymore, it's 10 o'clock. You can authorize me to speak to his legal counsel. I'm happy to do that. We've talked on several occasions before, but right now, I will tell you and I'll tell him, we have absolutely no indication and no evidence that there's been any modification.
So can I interject? I think we would like to direct you to talk to Mr. O'Connell. Okay. And I think while we appreciate your feedback, I think the real issue is, Mike brought this up new tonight as far as his feelings. We realize we have nothing in the minutes to support that. And I will also say that, you know, if our records are gone because of the flood or because rodents got into them, it's also incumbent on business owners to retain permits. And I'm also of the mind that I like to cross the T's and dot the I's, but I think in this case, I prefer what I think David was starting to go to, which was, let's move this to discuss it in September after we see how technology works, rather than provoking a confrontation at any level. So, David, maybe you want to finish your recommendation?
Yeah, I would, a two-parter, if council would speak to council and clarify this. And the other is to agendize this, Garrett, for September 2nd so that we can fully address it one last time, perhaps for the last time, and bring closure to this issue.
And can I clarify, is it September 2nd or 3rd? 2nd. Okay, great.
Again, I'd like to just comment again. I echo town council's view. You know, it's not the end of the world to get a use permit. Businesses get them all the time. And Mr. O'Connell says that his client believes that it was subsequently amended. That's not.
Peter, can I interrupt? David made a motion, so if you want to make a friendly amendment to that motion, or if you want to make an alternate motion, we probably need to hear that.
Well, I just want to finish my comment since you were commenting too. You know, it's absent a modification of this use permit. This does appear to be the operating use permit, and I think it's not something that we should be afraid of to take it to the Planning Commission for clarification. I think that would be for everyone's benefit.
You know, you raise a great point, but I think it was you that asked council at the last meeting, does the Planning Commission have to ratify that document? Yeah, they can ratify it, but I also remember your answer was no, they're free agents. They can, in their own wisdom, decide to move in one direction or another on this. In a sense, I am not fearful of the wisdom and scholarship that they would bring to the issue. I fear the chaos that they would add to the deliberations at this juncture. I welcome it at another time, but between now and September 2nd, I would ask that we merely step back from that brink.
And I would also add that September 2nd is only, I mean, this is the first mitigation measure that we're talking about, which is the speaker system. I mean, another thing is this, you know, a sound absorptive wall, which will probably...
We have no commitment for this sound wall.
It's a moving target and it's evolving. And I think the time to go to that may be sometime later, but I'm hoping not. Because I'm hoping it's a moot point.
I think
so I'm willing to second
I'm
David's
in agreement
motion.
that it makes sense to continue it for a little bit longer and to have the, in fairness to the applicant, to have the sound system in place so that it could be assessed at that time as part of the deliberations of the Planning Commission. But I'm just commenting now that, you know, we can't just keep kicking this down the road, and you know, I would like to see some kind of resolution to this sooner rather than later. So I'm just prefacing that, making my comments now so that when we come back on September 2nd, we're not just continually kicking it down the road.
No, I find that, I agree with you. But I don't think it's kicking the can down the road. Kicking the can down the road is if you just kick the can down the road. Every single one of these meetings has added to the understanding of all the parties as we seek a solution. The one thing that we see in local government is we're not quick to judgment, and we try to bring all the sides together because at the end of the day, we all live here. And that's what I see. I mean, some time ago, boy, I just didn't see Mike as being particularly collaborative in this. Certainly is now. I see the fact that this isn't kicking the can down the road, but rather all sides beginning to appreciate the process and understanding the venture towards solution. And I am optimistic that the steps that Mike is putting into place will result in a situation where the nuisance that they're complaining of will, to a large extent, reasonably be abated. And that's my hope.
Let me just do this. So I think we need to move this along. So the motion on the table, but I just want to say that I think what Peter's trying to point out is not to say that the sending this to the Planning Commission is off the table completely. it just, we're moving this, we have a motion and a second, and I want to ask we're not bringing this back for more comment. It's either a friendly amendment.
That was what I was going to offer.
Okay, what's your friendly amendment?
Wait, maybe you could help me with this friendly amendment, in that I believe that what we did last time is we said we need to see some kind of proof of either purchase or that the installation has taken place, and so that then we will decide something. So now we're doing the same thing, and we're saying let's check it out, and we're going to measure it with our ears, pre-sound and post-sound system installation. It's all very nebulous. So I'm wondering if there is some condition that we might put on as a friendly amendment to what we will do on September 2nd. Do you see what I'm saying? I can understand how these neighbors might be going, wow, just let's be concrete to some extent. I don't want to push things without having this have a really good chance to succeed. I wouldn't vote to do that. But I do want to know what we're going to do on September 2nd. And I don't want to be negative and say it's not going to work, but I do think we have to have something that people can hold on to when they leave.
I guess I would say this. So the motion is that we have our council talk to Mike's council, potentially resolve that issue. I'm not sure that that's going to work. The second part is to bring it back September 2nd and hear more on the mitigation. I don't think what we're doing is saying that we're precluding ourselves from making another decision on September 2nd, which may include something of the nature of sending the permit to the Planning Commission. It may not. But I don't think we should prescribe that with a friendly amendment at this time. What we're saying is, and I know it takes patience, is that we'll take this up again September 2nd. I think most of us have a lot of hope that we're going to see a lot of mitigation through the sound system being in place.
Got one little thing that might mollify, which is on August 5th, as part of the manager's report, update us on this. Please be in contact with Mike and find out, because if I understand correctly, he's anticipating that the sound system will be wired up, purchased, and installed by August 5th. Then, if that's true, we'll know that. You also said that it's unlikely that there'd be an event, a wedding or so, in that soon, between now and August 5th. So we won't know we won't have a real test. But we will know whether the technology is in. And that is a step in the right direction that we called for.
I think John, as part of his council member report, can also report on this.
Sure, no problem. I mean, I'm planning on communicating with Mike.
So does that work for you, Renee?
Sure. I don't want to stop.
Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against? Sounds like all ayes. Unanimous. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mike. Thank you to the neighbors who have come yet again, and we look forward to hopefully having better resolution. Thank you. So it's close to 10 o'clock. We are certainly not moving the budget. And okay. And I think I would suggest that because we only have a couple items past the budget, that we try to get through the entire rest of the meeting. The last couple items look pretty short. So with that, if the council agrees, we're a little before 10, and we're moving on to our proposed budget. And Garrett, you're going to give the staff report and tell us about some of the changes that have been made based on our last direction and some of the new suggestions. So with that, please go forward. Thank you.
Okay, great. So as background, you had your workshop on the budget on May 28th, and on June 3rd, at that time, you conducted your public hearing to discuss the operating capital budget. So the budget that's in front of you tonight is revised. We refer to it as a revised proposed budget. what that incorporates the changes, direction from the council received from the workshop in June 3rd, and we'll go over that really briefly. That's in Table A in the attachment to the staff report. It also includes items in Table B that we refer to items that as staff we discovered because we had more time, that things that were additional expenses such as CIP projects are going to occur within the fiscal year. And we've also added that into the budget. And then on Table B, it also has some additional staff recommendations which are not included in the attached budget before you. And so one note out there also is within this attached budget, we really didn't revise any of the narratives or budget message or the 5-year forecasts. Those are sort of a point in time. We will revise it before the adopted budget though. And one of the important things in what we did in this revised budget, we actually had an opportunity to update our year-end projections for fiscal year 14-15. And so we are happy to report it looks like that we'll collect about 100,000 more in revenue and have about 50,000 less of expenditures. The net impact is that the general fund balance to start fiscal year 15-16 will probably be about 140,000 higher than we originally anticipated. Overall, because of some of these changes we have in there, the total town budget went from about 10.4 million to a little over 10.8 million. It's about a 440,000 increase. Approximately 400,000 of that is related to 2 capital projects. These 2 capital projects actually were previously approved by the council. One is Manzanita Road. That was the emergency repair. Turns out we're ready to bid it, but that's going to happen this current fiscal year, not last year. So we've put that into the CIP. The other project you may have noted is Azalea Bridge. Originally we anticipated that project wouldn't be available until, funding wouldn't be available until fiscal year 16-17. Who would have thought it, but Caltrans is ready to award funding for that project now. So we went ahead and stuck that in the CIP project.
Have you communicated to Flood Zone 9 staff, county staff on this?
Yes.
They must be very happy.
Yes. And so given the funding for that project, it is 100% funded because of Flood District 9 and the federal funds. So it really doesn't have an impact on the cost side. In terms of Manzanita Road, funding for that was actually TAM Measure A and actually expenditure savings in the operating budget from last fiscal year. So in essence, the savings go into fund balance, and then we're going to draw down fund balance to pay for Manzanita Road. But that's how that works. And so
just because you went through that real fast, so that 140,000 extra actually gets spent on Manzanita plus another 5,000, right?
No, actually for Manzanita, the 140 doesn't include the Measure A transportation funds. That's in the separate account. So about 60 to 70,000 of that 140 gets allocated to Manzanita.
Okay. And so do we still have about 70 or so left?
Yes.
Okay.
That's added to fund balance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Not everybody understands words like fund balance.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this point, if we'd like, I can walk you through the tables because that's probably the most germane, but I'm going to need some help from Michelle to move the slides.
This one question is, I think the staff report you talked about, I think before you start going through tables, we gave you direction at the last meeting for changes to make in the budget. I think it's worthwhile. We have a number of folks here who have been waiting patiently for the budget to go through the changes that the council directed you to do, what the additions are that you've added, and that what your recommendations are about some extra and some changes to some of those. I think we should do that.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually going through Table A, which is the attachment.
Okay, well,
and then I'll go through
there's
Table
tables A in the budget too, so I wasn't sure what you were talking about.
Okay, so it's Table A, and we refer to this as how you turn it on. Okay.
I'm tired already. I'm tired. Yeah, I got excited that we might get done early. For the people in the back, you might want to, we have these in front of us. If you want to see these, you might want to stand. No, you're good just sitting there listening. Oh, you've got a copy. Great. Thank you.
All this is we just broke table A up just to put it on a PowerPoint slide, but it's easier if you just follow this. It's in this order. So what the council directed us to include in the budget, and it's in the budget, is you added $2,000 for the volunteer board activities. You added $1,000 for youth activities and another $1,000 for senior activities. You added $6,000 to trail improvements, bringing that total project to $30,000. This one's more of an adjustment in the Measure A work plan for park money. You just reallocated $5,000 toward park equipment and took it from acquisition.
We approved that work plan tonight, so it was in there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it was in there, but this
Great.
is just kind of just
yeah,
summarizing
no,
the council's. The other thing is the council talked about taking $10,000 that we have in our CIP for sidewalk repair and replacement and creating a program that allow people to apply, kind of offset their costs and doing improvements. So that's not adding to the budget, but that's something that will be in the budget narrative.
And to clarify what that is waiving the permit fees for the sidewalk, which is about $400 or $500. And then for up to 10 sidewalks, we would provide $500 for up to 10. But the permit fees would go for everyone.
Right, permit, that would offset that cost for permit fees. And I thought we also were thinking we would make a loan or a grant up to $500 for sidewalk repair?
Yes, I just mentioned that. I think you're talking so fast. So it was, we would give everyone $500 for up to 10 sidewalks, but the permit fee waiver would apply to all sidewalks. It wouldn't be limited to 10.
Oh, for all sidewalks. Oh, okay. So maybe as clarification, I was thinking the waiver would actually be coming out of this fund to pay for it.
Right, and that makes sense because we estimated about 10 sidewalks a year are done.
Right, okay.
But there could be 12 or 15.
But I wasn't planning to waive more than 10.
Well, I think...
Tell you what, I have to come back to the council with the actual program. You can comment at that time and change it any way you like. Okay, great. And then for recycling containers, just stay with me in this one, is we had indicated that within the category of sidewalk replacement repair, and it's also called tree trimming, that we would take the money for tree trimming, $10,000, and allocate that to recycling containers and add another $5,000, so there'd be a total of $15,000 available to replace recycling containers in the downtown area. At that time, we thought maybe there might be a grant available. Turns out that grant program isn't available until fiscal years 16-17. So if you want to do it sooner, you're going to have to draw down on these funds. In terms of tree trimming, I think we pointed out that we actually typically charge that all to street maintenance, so it shouldn't really impact our activity there. The other one is we allocated $5,000 for an intern in Public Works, and that's just reallocating money within that budget item. We did talk about, the council did say, the $10,000 that we normally spend for maintenance on Center Street, allocate that to the Gardening Alliance, that's in there. And then the one item that's actually on the table is, and the mayor had mentioned this, but it's not on the table attached to the budget, is that the addition of a part-time administrative assistant to assist with town hall activities. That would be a cost of roughly up to $15,000. So that's not included in the budget. We missed that one. It's on the table.
And that would be a quarter-time FTE.
Right. It's equivalent to quarter-time FTE, probably costs up to $15,000. So that's everything that the council directed us to put into the budget. Now, if we go to table B.
Garrett, I'm sorry, just to clarify, in table A, the $10,000 for supplies, material for improvements to Center Boulevard, that whole $10,000 would go to the Gardeners Alliance?
That's what the council recommended.
Okay.
Or directed us to do.
But there's a potential change to this one. He
That's what I
keeps
was
going.
So we'll go through. So table B is, we'll call them staff proposed budget revisions. What's in bold is those things we actually included in the actual budget document because we saw those as actual expenses we're going to have to incur one way or the other. One is workers' comp insurance. The premium is $23,000 higher than anticipated. We know that. We put that in the budget. The other two were the two CIP projects we just talked about, which is Manzanita Road and Azalea Bridge. And the other is we had to add $20,000 for Ross Valley Fire Department, and that reflects their adopted budget. So the next items are items that staff is recommending the council consider as budget augmentations. And so with that, the first one is we want to request an additional $1,000 for senior programming. In talking to our recreation staff, with the senior programming that they have planned, they need another $1,000. Part of that is they're expanding another day for the chair yoga program for seniors, and that has a pretty significant cost to it. The other thing is because we are spending all the money in sidewalk repair and replacement, and assuming the program's highly successful for sidewalk repair, assuming we spend money on recycling containers, we like to add $5,000 that staff can access should we have some type of miscellaneous sidewalk type of improvement that we might have to do. The other thing is planning has indicated that they've kind of rethought this, and they really would like to hire a part-time zoning and building technician. Part-time tune, it costs about $20,000. We have $5,000 currently budgeted in the budget. What they'd like to do is take $15,000 from their non-personal expenses and move that up.
You actually have $7,500 for an intern currently budgeted, not $5,000. And I think what we discussed on the phone is rather than hiring that intern, you want to hire this building technician.
Right.
And the $15,000 comes from the savings from limiting the contracts for LAC associates
Right.
and some others.
It's a little anomaly because we had $5,000 up top. Sometimes we refer to that as the intern, sometimes we don't. But yes, you're correct. It's $5,000 in part-time salaries, and we would take $15,000 from the bottom, which could be from intern savings and consulting fees, and putting that up to the top. No impact to the overall budget, but more reallocation in the categories. The next item has to do actually with the $10,000 for Center Street. Talk this over more with our public works staff. We believe that we're going to have to hire a contractor at some level to do some repairs and maintenance along Center Street. And so what we'd like to do is maybe reserve $5,000 for the Gardening Alliance and allowing us to tap into $5,000 for anything that we have to do with a contractor related to Center Street.
And I think one of the rationales also was originally we had heard that the Gardeners Alliance might be able to work on Klaus Circle, and I guess the follow-up David did or Mark Lockaby did was that they aren't available. So they aren't available to work on Klaus Circle immediately. We want that done right away. So that was one of the rationales I believe you talked about.
Okay, thank you. And then the next item has to do with the discussion. One of the council discussions in June was related to trail improvements. Could we allocate more money for physical trail improvements? And so in this category, what we just indicated is you have $30,000 currently budgeted. You have about $40,000 in Measure J reserves. In other words, money in Measure J not reserved for any project. This fiscal year, we were saving it for projects in fiscal year 17-18 when we knew we'd have lots of capital expenditures. However, since we have a little bit more money in fund balance, plus it's a couple years from now, that the council could decide to allocate a portion of that to trail improvements or allocate a portion of that to any other program or project that's eligible for Measure J if you deem you like to do that. Additionally, that's not on the table. There was a discussion related to public works director functions and searching for grants. Should be pointed out that we do have $40,000 budgeted for an engineer who acts as our public works director in terms of those functions. He does help us look around for grants. I do have him review different types of grants. What we found a lot of times for the grants are it does not cover actually our internal staff time. But oddly enough, it can cover our consulting engineers' time, like the bridges, all the bridge projects. Wayne Bush is our engineer that we use to assist with us for our contract as a public works director. And actually, the grant actually covers his time, oddly enough. But it wouldn't cover his time if he was an actual employee. Go figure. So, but That lends itself to also for grants that a lot of times what we find is that the money isn't so much just preparing the simple application. Where the money comes in is actually preparing all the different studies, the different data or maps that you actually need for the application. And so before I complete it, I think one other thing is I think I was asked to check out Mill Valley, what Mill Valley does for trail improvements. And so we talked to them, and they did spend $1 million or so on trail improvements. They refer to it as steps, lanes, and paths. What we discovered is they actually got that money from something called the Non-Motorized Transportation Pilot Program. They used it for that. We used our share of it for sidewalks and striping on Sir Francis Drake for a bike lane. That money is probably never going to come out again. It was a pilot program. It was actually only awarded to a few counties in California, and they were just kind of testing out. But it doesn't seem like that money is ever going to come back. Oddly enough, Mill Valley does spend out of their general fund. They spend $100,000 a year on trails, $10,000 for maintenance, about $110,000. Mill Valley's budget's 4 times our budget. Council's allocating $30,000. If you do the math, the percentages of 25, the percentages come out to about the same. That they're 4 times greater than ours. So if you do the math, it comes out to about the same. So you're pretty consistent with what Mill Valley does, although, obviously I'm not saying we don't need money for trails. I'm just saying it's up to the council to kind of decide where your priorities are.
Garrett, just for clarification, of that $100,000 that they allocate, is that from their general funds, or is that grant?
It's all general fund.
So, and then I understood that there was someone who wrote grants, and they procured quite a bit of money for trails. Is that...
That's the grant that he talked about, that we got the same grant.
No.
For other grants, they didn't report on any other grants. All they indicated to us was...
Just the NT, just the non-motorized.
That was the main grant, and they said they budgeted $100,000. Yeah, now, they did say they did use Safe Route to schools for some of their paths. So they said they did get some money from that. So that's just more of a priority, whether or not that works or not. But they do spend, surprisingly to us, was basically $110,000 out of the general fund for the activity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think my understanding was they used $600,000 from the MTPP grants. That's the $25 million that went to the county-wide that we did a lot of safe routes to schools improvements, sidewalks, and the sidewalk along next to Good Earth was one. Improvements along Sir Francis Drake, a lot of different things.
And that pretty much wraps up the staff report.
I think the other,
Michael's here to answer questions.
I think you also pointed out in the staff report and maybe in our discussions, and I've personally written grants, I've personally hunted for grants. The vast majority you cannot charge any admin costs to. So the one real good piece of that is by using Wayne Bush, we are able, because he's not an employee, to charge his time what we can afford to do to a grant. But also that many of these grants are pretty significant matches. So sometimes even if you're able to get a grant, you have a 50% match, and sometimes that's not manageable. But so we're not looking for grants. It's just we looked into the Mill Valley one, which we were asked to do, and we used ours for something different, which sounded like the priority for our town was different.
That's true. I mean, every town does their own thing, and Mill Valley does have a lot more money. I mean, there's some good reasons, though, to look for the money, and in fact, Fairfax has taken a novel approach to a lot of the trails in that we have tried to do a lot of them, improving them and reopening them through volunteer efforts. Granted, that's slow, but we also did a pilot program last year where we did Power Lane with volunteer efforts, just doing the labor, and then...
Is it completed?
It's not completed, but it's pretty far along. Basically, my foot is healed now enough so I can finally walk up there and do that as of about a week ago. So, the plan is to go up there soon and check it out. Volunteer efforts are slow. I think actually that with that particular set of volunteers, that's going to be the best trail in town just because of the nature of those volunteers and the kind of, the attention to detail. And it's going to be a really good trail. It's kind of the Cadillac version. There's some other versions around town that aren't quite as bright and shiny, but also function. And there are also some efforts around town that were probably done by volunteers. I don't know, because they've been done like 70 or 80 years ago, but they still exist because they were done by the Italian masons that lived here. They're like the Rocca Steps are what I'm talking about. They are still great. Yeah, they've probably been fixed a little bit over the years, but they're made out of masonry, and they are really functional, and they're great. The trails are important, as we heard a lot last month, through both as a safety thing and for circulation, just getting around town. I mean, they're great for people getting to know their neighbors, walking their dogs, basically run into people, you have conversations, and it strengthens community. Volunteers are a good thing that strengthens community too. I mean, that's basically money in the bank to have a strong volunteer program also. It's interesting to see the Manzanita line item here. It's now up to $145,000, and that's a slide that happened. The result of that slide, I mean, it's important to fix that slide. It's on Manzanita Road. That road's been closed now for over 6 months. There's one way in and out off of that hill, on that side of that hill. I don't know how many houses are up there. There's hundreds. There's one way in and out. Neighbors up there have said, are starting to get pretty worried about it. They saw it go out. They knew it would take time. It got tied up in, legal matters. Now PG&E's starting to work up there, and they're closing other streets. And, frankly, people are getting pretty worried. We had something else that happened after the 2005 storms. There was a slide adjacent to Berry Trail. We had a number of houses that the only way that they could get in and out of their houses was on Berry Trail. And they had to cut through, in fact, a neighbor's yard onto Berry Trail to get to some of their houses, 2 or 3 of them. And that was the only way to do it. Interestingly enough, adjacent to the Manzanita slide, there is a network going straight up and down of trails that are currently blocked by people have extended their fences over them, and you could walk, if those were open, straight up and down that hill in a direct shot, and it's right above the women's club here, adjacent, under 100 feet from that slide. You get another slide on that. You were supposed to get an El Nino this next winter. You get another couple of slides on that hill. Guess what? You're going to really be sorry that these trails aren't there.
And so one of the things that you and I need to work through as being part of the Trails Committee, and I know you're working on trying to figure out which ones have encroachments, is to send that letter out to all of those folks. So we need to do that, because
I have the draft of that letter.
Great.
And we need to work.
And as long as we know which ones they go to, that would be great, because that's somewhat limiting how much we can do. But I'm all on board with this idea. And one of the things I was thinking is, with our 30,000, potentially pull another 10 in. I mean, if for some reason we break through that log jam and we're able to move through on, getting some of those other trails, I think we could bring it back to the council to bring even more money in. But I think if we allocated another 10, we'd be at 40,000, and that would give us, I think, enough money to do maybe about 4 of them.
Yeah, I think it would really behoove us to even throw more at it and say, let's hire a part-time volunteer coordinator who's working on the trails. That person can also be looking for grants. He can be coordinating trails around town and volunteer efforts, and working in conjunction with us.
I'm not prepared to go there this time. Maybe I would be thinking about maybe more next year, but I think we need to get past the encroachment issues. And I think,
they're definitely a big part of the picture, but
right, I think it's a big part of the picture from what I understand. So I would say I think we should continue on course with the Conservation Corps and figure out what the next ones we want done. And then if we need more money, if we're really going strong, then I think we bring it back to the council.
I mean, frankly, with the Conservation Corps' efforts, likewise with my broken foot, I haven't been able to inspect them at the final, when they're finally done, but I saw their work earlier on in the process, and I know we're getting more bang for the buck on the volunteer efforts. I think it would be good to quantify exactly how many feet and how much of trail that we got for our money.
I think that's something the Trails Subcommittee can meet on.
Yeah.
We can talk
And
more
I'd
about
like
that.
to do
But as we're looking at the money, so
yeah, we are looking at the money. And
40,000 we have of Measure J funds, right, unallocated. So I'm wondering if perhaps your idea of having that coordinator would help with all of the things you're talking about, looking at encroachments, looking at, what
Sure.
kind of letters need to go out, looking
Yeah.
at volunteer efforts, and add that. I mean, I don't think we should wait. I mean, this is the kind of thing where
I personally don't agree that a part-time coordinator dealing with trails has the same kind of abilities to look at encroachments, to figure out how to deal with encroachment issues. I don't agree.
Okay, that was one example, but
But
I'm
I
talking
also-
about the 10 going toward what it is that John's been working hard and probably knows the best.
Well, I've been working hard on it recently. He's been doing the years and years of work, but I don't agree that it's time to hire a person. I don't think we're ready. I think part of what we did last year was try to do a pilot to say what works well. And I think Power In, I haven't walked anything either. It's still not done. And we can say we're getting bigger bang for the buck with volunteers, but we haven't really looked at that. And you're also saying those were a unique set of volunteers.
But Barbara, I'm sorry, I wasn't quite finished, because what I'm thinking is that it's not necessarily, it's just an example John put out there. But an extra 10, even if it was used to hire Conservation Corps in coordination with great volunteers, would go a long way. Even if we got 2 more trails up on top of the 10 that you're saying to add. I just have, I think that Measure J money should be spent in the things that, I have another request for that Measure J money, that the people will use and that will be vital for public safety and community.
And I think that we can identify trails without encroachment issues to
work on.
Prioritize first, and then the ones with encroachment issues, we have to, we've already agreed that we have to approach all the trails at town with the same letter at the same time, so nobody feels singled out or whatever. And that's a good approach, but there are trails without encroachment issues that we could move on. And I think
why not just segment the town into quadrants and say, well, we have $50,000 this year, and we have now taken however you want to divide the town into segments, however arbitrary you do it, or scholarly you do it, and then say, well, that is our work, and we will focus on the unknowing homeowners who have encroached, and we will give the money to volunteers to work for supplies, I guess, and the Corps to come in and do whatever they do, and next year we'll do the next quadrant.
Okay.
I don't see why you have to think town-wide. It's harder. Just pick whatever you think is the best in your knowledge. I mean, you know it better than anybody. So you decide.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the problems with being the only volunteer here who's...
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, right. But really raking it in, I tell you. I was thinking somebody else besides me. At any rate... yeah, I mean, it's basically a capital improvement that helps the safety of our town and helps things together. And so, yeah. Okay. Well, how about 20? Of the 40? You said you had your eyes on part of that other, a different part of that 40? Is that what you're...
Well, yeah, I mean, since it's this fund we're talking about, we've got 10, is that correct, Garrett? Total for the park improvements, the Perry Park stage, the basketball court repaving, general park?
Yeah, I think it's like 11,500 or something like that.
Okay. So my recommendation, as we're talking, I scoured the internet for age-friendly parks, looking at what it is that we have and what it is that we're lacking, and we're pretty much lacking everything. From our benches are amazing and beautiful, but we don't have one bench that has I could be wrong, there may be one on Broadway that has a hand thing, an armrest on the end, and that is vital for seniors to be able to sit down on a bench and then get back up off the bench.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at 10 more that would allow us to do the real improvements that would hit the people that are using the town and the center to make those parks work. You can study the psychology of what happens when you face one bench to another and put a chess table in the middle and who sits where and how seniors actually start to interact and feel part of a community. So we need a little bit more money to look at our park, our urban park spaces, as well as our trails.
So that's a good idea. One of the things I think David is working with on Klaus Park is to have, he's working with Jody and others to figure out the right kind of benches, because you're absolutely right, you need those arms, and the beautiful Madeira benches don't have arms. And so I think if we put more money into that 11,500 so we can add additional benches, that's a great idea. But I think we should wait to find out his research, which is not going to take long because they're almost done. And then we could look at what are the right places for those benches.
Right, so it's benches, but there's also other improvements, which I'm just looking at, can we allocate the funds so that then we can use them to make these improvements that the community will use immediately.
Yeah.
Just like you want to do the Klaus Park.
Janet,
there's also good places for benches
Janet.
along trails. But, you know, which would help people stop. Yeah, there are seniors that use them. At any rate, I mean, I think that it would be.
So why don't we do this? I think one of the things that people have to keep in mind is those reserves were available in Measure J for capital improvement projects, and it's not like it's just grab it and you'll have it. Just a reminder, Measure D, we have to do a campaign in 2016 if we want that to go forward, or that's 450 some thousand that we don't have anymore. Is that correct? So it's not. Well, it's money that the town won't have. So I think if John wants additional 20K for the trails, and then Renee another 5 for the parks stuff. Is that right? For the 11,500?
What I want to make sure we're able to do is deal with the repaving of the basketball court in the manner in which needs to be done, which would not to crumble soon. And you actually threw out a number up just off the top of your head, which was 10. So then we have the Perry Park stage, and we really want to do these things nicely on 15, and then all the benches. I'm not sure how far we're going to get.
You know, can't you go get, I don't want to be glib here, but really, there were a lot of basketball courts around. Private basketball, kids thing, Drake's basketball courts, lots of basketball courts. Never enough basketball courts, never enough of anything. $10,000? Can't we find some benefactor of basketball wizardry to lay down some money on this? I got $10,000. $10,000.
I don't know if it's going to cost that much. I'd probably toss it out, but I think it'd be several thousand to do it right.
Hey, come on, it's tar.
We need to have, that's the only place, David. I've had multiple people come up and say, could you at least like put a nice basket and make it smooth?
Really? They do it with a Lower East Side accent?
Oh.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Is that we ought to think about how much we can realistically get done as well. And so, you know, we did the pavilion lot, and that was very expensive, and that was a really good thing that we did, although some people have concerns with the little bit of green. But I don't think we can do everything this year necessarily, and it's not that I'm in disagreement about the basketball court, but $10,000 seems like a lot of money, and we have limited funds. So I'd say let's look at benches,
Sure.
and let's look at what it costs to do that basketball court.
How about a suggestion? we can, if you allocate 10, that would be 21,500. We can come up with what we think we can do for that much, and we'll have the different cost estimates, and then you
Call
can decide.
Draymond. He settled fees. He just signed for 85 mil. He can come out and he can pave it for us.
Okay, so we're saying 21,500 for the, for whatever the park thing was, that was 11,500. We're saying add additional 20K to the trails. And then my recommendation would be, which is not going to be popular, that we go with the staff's recommendation on the 5,000 for the Gardening Alliance and the other 5,000 for a landscape contractor.
Which fund is that coming out of? Sorry.
Oops,
Measure A?
That's coming out of Measure J. So J, the 40,000, how about this? I picked 40,000, that comes out for the reserves, but it's a little more than 40,000 you have, because I was hoping the council would fund $1,000 for the senior program and 5,000.
I personally agree with the rest of your recommendations. I was just making the one change, which changes our council direction from last time.
So could we do 20 for trails, 10 for parks, 10 incomplete, 10 for the Gardeners Alliance, and still come in that 40?
I think part of what we
Or do
talked
have
about,
another-
what we talked about last time is the Gardeners Alliance wanted to help with Klaus Park, and that's where I thought it made sense to give them the entire 10. But they're not available to do that right away, and we want to get that grubbed and ready to plant in September. So I personally feel that was, to me, it was a good trade-off, but it doesn't seem like it's going to work.
Well, I have another thing that might trade in for that trade-off, is, so I was speaking with someone about some of the issues around the flood and water runoff mitigation because of not creating anything permeable in the pavilion parking lot. And then what Melanie's spoken about in terms of that we did pave over some of that green, which really is just a place for water to absorb as well. And they said that for a very small amount of money, you could go in there, literally dig some bioswales, do some bioremediation that would actually, for very little money, and with some landscaping.
I think.
Just a second.
Wait, I think Eric's going to tell you that that project was funded, and they may have a problem with.
Well, let me finish, and then you can tell me whether this is got a problem with the funder. But that for a very small amount of money, we could use the space that remains down that hill where that water is going to scream, and actually create some mitigation natural elements that then the Gardeners Alliance might be able to help us with in a volunteer effort to kind of have a win-win all around. So it would fund them enough to do the projects they're doing.
So it's not where it's paved, it's down where it's...
It's where it drains, but it's also...
It's not paved. I don't know where you're talking about.
It's the areas of that lot that are not paved. So everything that's left there that is green space or absorbent would then be able to be turned into something that would actually hold some of that water back that's going to run.
Are you talking about where the water run off on the little hill
there?
there?
Those just go straight into the gutter.
No, I thought you were talking about putting kind of some type of swale
Yes,
off the runoff.
in that area, but also on the side where it's going to do a bank turn going down to the Bolinas Park.
So we could look at that. I guess I'm a little confused. The funding for that would come from...
I'm just thinking, how can we empower the Gardeners Alliance to do the projects that they want to do, and we could add this because it is something that we're going to be paying the price for down the road.
I don't want to, it's not for me to tell Melanie what projects,
Well,
she
I'm
wants
just...
to
Yeah,
do,
I think maybe we should
But
open it up.
if you want to look at one that would get you close to a creek that overflows terribly is, and I brought this up years ago and it kind of got there, the New Good Earth erected a grand monument to itself. And right at those redwoods that are there, that's our land. I can't think,
Wait,
probably
where?
because I'm sitting on the corner of Pastore and Sir Francis Drake, where we have our current ugly sign that will eventually go away, near the redwoods that are right there. We own that land. That is ours, and it is god-awfully ugly. And I've always thought, man, with her talents, why don't we bring her in to make the entrance way to our town absolutely stunning. Now, as for the water that runs off of that, it goes right into the storm drain right there that flows right into the creek that's caused us all that joy and love so many years ago, but also floods the Bell Avenue neighborhood. So to move or to hold or to more creatively advance the ability of the land there to hold that water, I think is absolutely critical for local flooding.
So it sounds to me like there are a lot of projects that could fall potentially in this area, and Melanie's looking overwhelmed. But I'm just looking at what are the different things that we could do in order to procure enough funding to do some of these projects.
Well, why don't we do this? If we want to stay with the 10,000 for the Gardeners Alliance, what I would say is this: rather than a nebulous 10,000, that we specifically get back from Melanie, kind of a work plan. I really like David's idea because that is kind of the beginning to our town, as well as, you know, the runoff. But I think we would like to see a work plan of what would be done. And I think that's really helpful. You know, most of our folks give us work plans, and then we would know that. And I think that would give us more comfort that, you know, some of these cool ideas actually are going to happen. So we will call you up in a sec.
Yeah. Can we open it up to?
I just want to make one comment about the budget, which is more for staff. So the last time I asked that, I believe it's Table C, where you have Measure D sales tax. I would really like to see that, a Table C without Measure D. Because Measure D, we have to do a campaign in 2016, and I think it's realistic to think that it's possible that we will not get, it's Table C on the supplement, it's in front of you. Table C that wasn't included in the budget.
So we didn't do any revisions to the
I know, but I had asked for this, and I think it's important, so I'm just going to bring it up again, that we need to see a table that shows us without Measure D so people really understand that we would be looking at about almost 500,000 if you project it out to FY 1920. So I'd like to see that when we get these tables back. I think that's important, and also realize people are going to have to gear up again next year if we want this to continue. So that's all I have. Let's bring it up to the public. But Melanie, you want to stand up first? You're on.
Hi. Okay. Let's see where to start. So I'll start with Klaus Land, I guess. That project was never under the purview of the Fairfax Gardeners Alliance. The Gardeners Alliance is strictly concerned with the downtown area and improving that area for our residents and for visitors to make it more friendly, beautiful, green, etc. Klaus Circle is a neighborhood park and is not really in the downtown area. So it was never under our, our plan to, we never even looked at it. So somehow it's gotten tossed into our mix, but it's not really ever been something that we were looking at.
Let me just suggest, it was our building guy, Mark Lockerbie, said when we were out there meeting with the community, he said, touch base with you folks. Because we certainly didn't want to, get into a situation where you stood up here and you went,
So when we were working on the volunteer park at the corner of Cascade and Frestac, there were a couple of people who came by who were from that neighborhood, and I spoke to them and subsequently had a little email exchange with them about working on the circle and what they could do to fix it up. And I'm perfectly willing to, as a volunteer, be a consultant for that project. And along those lines, I know you're talking about moving forward on that project, but I would, as I think I said to you, David, in an email, highly recommend that you work very hard on clearing it and soil improvement, and give that enough time to really happen and not push forward too quickly to be putting plants in before you're...
No, you're exactly right.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you got that part.
And that I don't know his last name off the top of my head, but Peter, who lives on Clough Circle, who has the great demonstration, Anderson. He was, even before I received your email on this, he was laying out that thing. And when you wrote back and said you should do it, you guys were totally parallel. Okay. So you can rest assured.
Okay, and again, I'm happy to come over there and whatever and talk about it. But I totally support the idea of fixing that up. I think that's great. It's just not under our purview. And then as far as for the Gardeners Alliance and our funding, we'll take whatever we can get. And I understand that the staff is looking at ongoing maintenance for Center Boulevard and what might be needed there. Along those lines, I'd like to point out that we have a little problem with some of the trees on Center Boulevard, which David, we've also talked about. I talked to Ray Moritz a while back about the incidence of fire blight in the area. It's gotten really bad over the past few years, and we have a number of flowering pears, Bradford pears, on Center Boulevard that are infected with fire blight. There's not really any control method for that. It's a bacterial disease, and there's not anything you can spray on it or do anything about it except to prune out all of the infected parts, which requires dipping your pruning tools in a bleach solution in between every cut. It's kind of a tedious and labor-intensive job. I would suggest that maybe that other $5,000 that you're talking about for work on Center, that would be well spent to do that, to work on those trees and see if we can save them. Although ultimately I would say you should probably think about talking to Ray Moritz and getting his recommendation. I totally trust whatever he says about that, so whether they're salvageable.
Can I ask you a question on this?
Yeah.
Because often we don't get somebody who really knows something about anything up here talking to us about this type of horticultural thing. Those trees went in 15, 14, 10 years ago?
Some of them were the Safe Routes project, and some of them are trees that have been there longer. Well, there's all the ones in front of the Fair and Center.
No. The ones that went in when they redid the street. In a real world situation, should those trees be a little bit bigger? I've always thought that maybe they're stunted artificially for some reason.
Yes, well, this is the fundamental problem with that project when it went in. I think there were a number of deficiencies in how that project was put in, installed. The soil itself that was brought in was very inferior. I suspect that a lot of the trees, when they were planted, their root balls were not adequately roughed up and planted properly. So yes, a lot of those trees are not growing the way they should have, but at least they're surviving, most of them. But it is a fundamental problem there, was the way that project was initially installed.
Yeah, I'm sort of mostly surviving too, but I have hopes that someday I might grow into something grand.
Yeah.
Is there wouldn't you say at this point that maybe we cut our losses and think about a grander review and replanting of appropriate foliage trees there?
Well, the trees, again, I would defer to Ray and ask his opinion on that, and which trees are worth saving and which are not. I think certainly some of them are. Our concept with the Gardeners Alliance for Center Boulevard is a sort of a long-term project of soil improvement, and then ultimately planting shrubs that are drought tolerant, low maintenance, but beautiful, and making the whole thing look really beautiful. We don't necessarily need more trees there. We just need to make it all look good and improve the soil.
Continuing on with what I was raising with John on the trails concept, is it possible for you to quadrant this out and say, give me 10 bills and I'll do X.
Well, the way we're approaching it in the Gardeners Alliance is we are creating a list of priorities of the worst eyesores in town and then working our way down. So we felt like Center Boulevard was a priority. And then we will tackle other areas one by one, prioritized over, the coming years. So that's the way we're approaching that.
Is Center Boulevard a $10,000 project, a $100,000 project?
It depends on how much you want to do.
Well, let me just interrupt. So, Melanie, would it be appropriate for you to submit, so let's assume it's the 10,000, and would it be appropriate for you to submit kind of a work plan of your priorities that you will get done this year, or what you think you'll get done?
Yeah, we're meeting next week to start looking at our plans for the rest of the year, and we should be able to come up with something.
I think that would just be really helpful. Then we'd be enlightened as to what the projects are that you're working on, and I don't think we really want to get into your business and let you guys decide that, but
we can give you a base. I mean, we did that in the document that we submitted. We had some ballpark figures about what it would cost this year for the mulching, sheet mulching, and then bark over it. Again, that's the first step in building the soil so that in subsequent years we can start planting. So yeah, we can give you some idea of that. And the other thing I was going to say in terms of the other funding for Center Boulevard specifically, in terms of repairs and maintenance, there may be some cost in working on the irrigation system there, which is a big unknown factor, what that irrigation system really is and what it looks like, and haven't really gotten a full picture of that yet. So that's a big unknown what that is. So I can't really give you numbers there.
Have you spoken with the Fair Anselm folks?
No, but I would like to. And you were talking about the entrance to town and having it look nice when we come in. One of the things I'd like to talk to the Fair Anselm owners about is the concrete sign that is at the corner there at Pistori on Center, right? As you're coming in, it's one of those ones that says Fair Anselm, which of course now is kind of defunct, but it's a concrete thing, right? And it would be really great if we, to my mind, if we could make that into a Fairfax sign and do a mosaic there, possibly have Tilly, I forget her last name, the artist, help us out with something like that. That would be great. So that's one of, my visions is for that.
There's also the, how do I say this nicely, the ugliest eyesore, god-awful, how did this ever happen, apartment building on Center.
Yeah.
Without being said.
That's the toughest one. That is really.
Who owns that?
I don't know.
No, to approach them, because part of it is in front of, or just to the side of their structure there as you approach the below the gas station.
Well, the gas station is an issue too, and at one point I tried to make contact there, but it didn't ever really follow through. To find out, because there was a lot of garbage being thrown down that hillside, and the hillside is just an eyesore in general. Those cypress ultimately should come out. To my mind, it would be really nice ultimately to do redwoods along there, and then maybe we could mitigate the whole thing by blocking the visual of that hillside and blocking the visual of the gas station. So that, again, long term, but that would be a way to do that.
I have a suggestion. I know, David, it sounds like you and Melanie have a lot to talk about. Is that when you get your work plan together, if you can submit that to Garrett so he can give that to us for the next meeting, it would be just helpful. And I don't think we plan to pick it apart or anything like that, but I think it would just be good for us to know what your plan is.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then my question would be, in terms of budgeting money for the Fairfax Gardeners Alliance going forward, do I have to go through this process every year, or is there a way to get a set amount into the budget that would just be there?
I think it will be contingent on our budget and how much money we have.
Right.
So I don't know that you'll have to go through what you may view as a hideous process, but
It's not so bad.
I think one of the things that Garrett did is he tried to ask the volunteers for a budget, but I think they had an expectation that by putting that budget together they would get everything, and just like I don't get everything I want.
Right.
You know, it's reasonable to put forward a budget, but also realize that there are limitations. So, you know, we do the budgets every year, and maybe it'll get easier, you know.
Okay.
And so I don't think we can say next year we could give you 10 or 5 or whatever, but
Right, it's a year-by-year thing, yeah.
yeah, but
Okay.
I think also the fact that you do such good work helps.
And also, the more, you know, concrete something is too, the easier it is to say, okay,
Right.
that's worth spending $5,000-$10,000 on.
Right.
So now,
Oh, yeah, and I
yes.
wanted to say, back up on that, I also wanted to say that there might have been a misunderstanding about, when I came to the council and asked about the pavilion parking lot, that was not at all in my capacity in the Gardeners Alliance. That was just me saying, that was more me as the manager of that lot at the Fairfax Festival, and that I care about green space in general, and I never like to see anything paved over.
Right,
So, but it was not associated with the Gardeners
So
Alliance.
we noticed that too. It was the funding came up kind of quickly, and when we were looking at the designs, it was like we thought, oh, let's see if we can get some kind of permeable surfaces included. And Garrett talked to the contractor, and it would have just blown the budget off. And we
Well, it was my issue on it was that there was a green space along that wall at the edge of the ball field, and it got paved over. That's all. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
So other people would like to speak
Thank
on
you.
the budget? Thanks, Melanie. If you could state your name and your address if you feel comfortable doing so.
I do. I'm Marianne O'Sullivan. I'm at 22 Madrone Court, and I'm on the town's volunteer board. And Helen Foss, I want to talk about the trails money. And Helen Foss has been the leader on the volunteer board on that, but she's not able to be here tonight. So I'm not sure where you all landed, so I'm going to say what I wanted to say to begin with about where that money ought to go. We were very happy to see in the 2015-16 budget the allocation of $24,000 from Measure A, and then the additional $6,000 from Measure J for the purpose of these trails. But we also were happy to see in the staff report the recommendation that if the council wanted to act on it, there's approximately $40,000 in Measure J money that could be devoted to this. So I want to say that, you know, I could hear you, and there's a lot of priorities or possible priorities for this that sound great and interesting, and you'd like to see them all happen. As you're thinking it through, though, I think to think of the trails as first and foremost a public safety issue. You know, that it's kind of feels very serious to me at that level. So we all know that this community, with its steep hills and overgrown vegetation and narrow roads, is really at high risk for a devastating wildfire. And that clear roads are critical to survival if there was such a wildfire, and that establishing routes for evacuation by foot could not only help people get to safety, but also help the roads be clear and available for the emergency vehicles that we'd all want to see in the right places. And to say it's something that's, by the time a fire's here, it's going to be too late to plan, right? This is the time now, not like, oh, geez, should have done that. Before the disaster happens, we can do some things, pretty minor things, really. I mean, they're not huge things, but things that might mitigate the extent of the disaster. And to say it's a collective problem, that it really is going to take the people. It's a problem of the people of Fairfax. It's not it's not just homeowners making their homes
more fire safe. This part of it is something that has to be done collectively. And as a community, we could handle something big like this. Individuals aren't going to be able to go out and do it without this sort of community push behind it. So we urge you to allocate. I want to say, too, that Fairfax is blessed with 120 trails that have been out there, I guess, since the town was established, these heritage trails, and that there are about 30 of them that are passable at the moment. So we want to urge you to allocate this Measure J money toward the $40,000 toward this. And we also want to urge you that this work be guided by a committee that includes council members, volunteer board members, park and rec people, and also fire department folks. We thought would be very important. And we also want to urge you to set aside some resources to explore whether or not there are grants out there that would make sense for this. And we had named $5,000, which is a fairly small amount of money for something, to hire a consultant to do fundraising work. But what we're thinking is that $5,000 could be sort of enough to take a preliminary look to see, are there some grants out there that, taking into account the things that Garrett was pointing out about, are these grants a good idea or not, to sort of take a look at the landscape, see what the opportunities are out there, evaluate it, and then decide whether more resources should go into pursuing some of those grants. And then the last thing I wanted to say was that, while these trails are critical to emergency evacuation, I think that's how they should be considered in terms of whether or not to make them the priority. They also do provide safe routes to schools, ways for people to get into town easily, for residents and visitors to town to enjoy the open space and get around. So, and also I just wanted to point out that the general plan, among many things, makes this a goal. So that's it, just to say thank you for considering it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other members of the public want to speak on the budget? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. So just a couple of things. We do have a Trails Committee, and that Trails Committee includes John, myself, Helen Faust. I think Holly has been a member of that committee more recently, and also Garrett Toy. And this town has so many boards and committees, much more than other towns, that we really cannot bring another committee, a broader committee. And we heard that, and we read that last time, and we have talked about it. But it's not that we're not working with folks from the fire department. We are. And so I think our little committee needs to meet again, because we haven't met in a really long time, and that's one of the things we need to do. And now that John's foot is back in action.
Okay. I might also suggest, perhaps Joe Langlois, who grew up in Fairfax, is fire. He did recon in the Oakland fire, big proponent of trails, retired fire guy. It might be worth a phone call.
Okay, that sounds good. So going back to where we are, I think we talked about pretty much the council's recommendations plus the quarter-time FTE for administrative assistant. We talked about approving the budget revisions recommended by staff, other than changing the Gardeners Alliance to 5,000, we'd leave it at 10. And then on Measure J, we talked about 20,000 additional for the trails. I'm just summing up. And then an additional 10,000 for what was called the parks improvements. So that would bring that to 21,500. That's just to sum up where we're at. So bringing it back to the council, do we have a motion on this? All we're doing right now is we're going to bring it back in August, but do we have a motion to approve what I just summarized? I'm not sure. What are we doing, Garrett?
All I really need is a consensus if you wanted to add 10 or is it 20 to trails?
We talked about 20 to trails.
20 trails, 10 for park, I'll call it park
So it brings it up
repair.
to 21,500, leaving the Gardeners Alliance at
And
10,000.
I'd like to keep it at 10, but we can keep that at 10, but can I add 5 into
Yes,
maintenance
I mean,
from somewhere else?
I think the idea is that the additional 1,000 for the senior programs, the sidewalk repair replacement, the amount of 5,000, and making sure on the 15,000 reallocation for planning that we are eliminating that intern, so it's just the 15,000 for the building technician. Under the Fund 01511, 10,000 for the gardener's allowance plus your 5,000 for the contractor. And then under Measure J, you have an additional 20,000 for trails, and then an additional 10,000 for whatever that's called, park improvements, plus that quarter FTE administrative assistance. So do we have a consensus from the council that this sounds like a good way to go? And then in August, we would actually probably finalize the budget.
Sure. And just to clarify, the $20,000 more for the trails, that would be in addition to the
30.
24
so it'd
from
bring
Measure
it,
A and 6 from J.
Right, so it'd bring it to 50.
total. Okay.
Yes. So do we have a consensus? Everybody's nodding their head, so I think we're good. That's your direction. Moving on. Thank you, everyone who's been staying for the budget. Garrett, you want to give us a quick report on the policies regarding short-term vacation rental of residential units?
Sure, this was continued from last meeting, and what we're recommending is that because there's so many issues involved, that the council schedule a special study session, discuss town policies regarding short-term rentals and vacation rentals of residential units. You may recall this all came about in May because a resident asked for a business license in order to rent a room out in her house and then collect TOT. We indicated, really our research has indicated that really those type of uses aren't allowed under our current zoning code, but really what we need is the council to have a special study session to talk about all these issues. And what we think is other communities obviously are struggling. Tiburon, South Toledo, the Marin IJ had an article in Mill Valley. Chronicle this weekend had an article in San Francisco about what they're facing. Had another article today, I think, on what they're trying to do. And so for staff, we just really need direction. I mean, the council can take an incremental approach. When you have a study session, you could decide, you know what, let's start with letting, if you rent a room out, that's fine. We won't have a cap. Let's see how it goes. And then continue discussion and so on. But really, we need some dedicated time to get direction from the council.
So council questions? John? David?
I would just say maybe Michelle could run a doodle poll for us, and we could select a time to meet and answer these questions. I highly recommend you read the Chronicle piece from Sunday. And then we can begin to delve into this. The most important thing, when I first started pestering Garrett about this, is the money that's being, first of all, the unfairness. Why is it that somebody should be running a hotel, whatever you want to call it, in our downtown, who has to pay TOT, and somebody's renting out their house, and they're not paying the TOT? Okay, that's the one side of it. When you get past the equities of it, we need the money. And when I looked at this, I think it was last December, there were, back of the envelope, we could be and should be collecting $35,000 to $50,000. Talk about your trail money. So I think the questions that Garrett has framed here are appropriate, and I would recommend what he's recommending. Just beg Michelle to run a doodle poll for us, perhaps late September.
Okay, I think John was next.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complex subject, and it affects a lot of things. I mean, you hear about people having parties in neighborhoods and they don't really feel responsible to their neighborhoods, and parking issues and things like that. TOT tax is a factor. I think that, though, the biggest thing is what it does to the availability of rental property. If somebody who's, potentially going to rent out a place for somebody to live that's going to be part of our community, as opposed to somebody who's going to helicopter in, or a series of people helicoptering in, and they think they might get more if they can get enough of those people. It's highly speculative. Maybe not. I don't know. But in the meantime, that piece of property, that unit has been taken off of the market, and it's just being held for that. It depends if somebody's trying to rent out their own place where they're trying to live, and then they're going to move into a little back room or something like that, then that's not affecting rental property. So there's a bunch of different ways to slice it, and unfortunately we have to get into the weeds a little bit, and so it's appropriate to have a concentrated session.
All right. Peter, you want to make a quick comment? Because I think we're kind of coalescing around that.
For staff, it'd be good to gather up some of the ordinances that other towns have tried, and a lot of them are failing to pass, I guess. It'd be good to get a little bit more information of what approaches towns have tried, just if nothing else, to see what issues may be especially important for Fairfax, because I think San Francisco might be qualitatively different than Fairfax in terms of how this phenomenon is affecting them versus how it's affecting us. So that'd be my suggestion for direction, is just maybe dig up some ordinances.
I think that's a great suggestion, just so that we have enough background material to really dig into this and maybe come up with, even if it's just an iterative solution, chip away at a little bit. Renee, did you have anything to add, or are you just good with the whole idea of let's schedule a special session?
So would this be a special set? It would be
special town meeting.
Okay.
Council.
Like a forum-ish.
I think we were talking, when I was talking to Garrett, it was really a special town council meeting.
Typically, it'd be a single topic special council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Not a workshop necessarily.
I guess I'm just wondering if there would be something that it would be worth making more of an informational, educational for the public versus just having it be something that we do in our regular council format.
I don't think it's, my personal opinion is I don't think that's where we're at right now. We're really in exploratory mode. So if we decided to go forward with something, potentially it would just be an ordinance, or potentially it might be worthwhile for a workshop. But right now, information gathering.
That's fine.
Yeah, but we would do it in a formal setting on the floor.
Yeah, I think that, there is interest. It affects a lot of people from the community, so it would be interested to see what the community thinks.
But that's also, you can do that in a special council meeting rather than a forum.
Yeah. We would advertise it.
Could advertise
get
it
out
accordingly.
there. Yeah, we'd do the same thing. It'd be informal setting. We would sit on the floor.
So I think I heard from David sometime in September.
The very latter half of September.
Yes, you're looking at me. I will issue the poll. There's still a few people that haven't responded to a poll that's out there right now.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
So I would say one thing, just from my experience running my own business, when I do doodle polls, the message to people is sign up right away, because what happens is people sign up and they forget what they wrote down, and then they can't make it. So for the people who haven't signed up to the doodle poll that Michelle has out right now, please do it immediately tomorrow, because I know some of us have other commitments I'm holding open as well. So if people can try to do that with these doodle polls.
Remind me, what was it for?
Yeah, please.
I can't even remember.
I'm blanking too. I said
AB 1234 ethics training with the
which
town
was the
attorney.
question, we'll be able to get some MCLE credit off of that? You're the best.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we don't need a, Garrett, do we need a motion on this, or are we just giving you direction?
No, it's just direction. We'll schedule it.
Yes, you want a public comment? I'm sorry, Michael. I apologize, it's getting late.
Okay, I don't know it was in the article of San Francisco, but this has come up on my property, and so I looked at it from a different point of view, from insurance. A lot of the insurance policies out there, so this is more of someone who has like a rental unit. When you you insure like multifamily, such as what I have. That is for an understanding that you're looking at long-term rentals, like 30 days plus. So what happens is if you have a tenant, so you're covered and you're indemnified, and so all is good. But if that tenant then sublets that unit to a short-term rental, it's viewed as a commercial operation. And that commercial operation is not necessarily covered in most insurance policies, which means it opens up a who's responsible. So for instance, if I have a property, and let's say Michelle is living there, and Michelle says, oh, I'm going to rent this out for a quick week, and Barbara comes in to party there, and Barbara says, oh man, and she just has a grand old time, but she burns the house down, and it displaces somebody else. I mean, she really knocked it out of the park. So then Michelle says, hey, you can't do that. And she says, well, I'm sorry. Well, what insurance is between the two parties? So all of a sudden, Michelle is at a house. My insurance company is probably going to give me a reservation of right letter and says, that was a commercial operation now. We did not necessarily agree to indemnify.
We can certainly think about those issues when we come up, but a lot of that seems to me as a landowner, when you lease to people, there are preclusions of things you can and cannot do, and
Actually,
some of that's sublets.
Well, no, subletting is generally assumed and allowed even in your standard California language. And so what I've done is I've actually gone back and I've actually modified all of my agreements to say that you cannot do these sublets less than 30 days.
Great.
And so it's something to consider. So in your discussion going forward, there's two components. It's not just for your residential component that is going through Airbnb, but it's also for your multifamily, because that's the one that can start getting into a real problem of liabilities.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else have comments from the public? Seeing none. So Garrett, I think we're giving you September, and I will also urge people, when Michelle gets that doodle poll out, even though it's September, please sign up right away. That's one of the things we agreed to. So moving on to our next agenda item is the temporary bike rack at Broadway and Bolinas.
So again, this item is, we're recommending you go ahead and continue the temporary bike rack until the end of the year. And part of that is it was installed in November 2014. The council reviewed it in January 2015, decided you needed to wait again until June to take a look at it again. As staff were saying, why don't you just wait till the end of the year, then you'll have a whole year of all the seasons just to determine what you'd like to do with that bike rack.
Question. As we're continuing this as temporary, I'm not sure what it'll look like when it's permanent, or if it becomes permanent, but I have some thoughts. In the meantime, should we not be talking about alternative areas for loading and unloading? I've heard lots of people say, oh, I really think it fits really well up on Bank Street up there, because it's very wide, and like Santa Rosa uses the center of these wide streets for all of their loading and unloading. I'm just wondering if we might look and do some info searching on how we might do that, should we need to relocate and create a permanent bike rack down there.
Well, we can always look at other locations. I guess I'm not sure, is that something you want us to do now? I know
it doesn't have to be this month,
Bank, but that necessarily doesn't serve.
I think I would wait a couple of months, because we want to see how this the pilot continues, right?
Right, because the loading zone would be a different issue. Then you'd be saying, ooh, let's try something different. Then that would be, we'd get rid of a loading zone, put something somewhere else, and that'd be a pilot program to see how well that worked.
Yeah, I mean, but it is...
Just be a little proactive is all I'm thinking. It doesn't have to be...
Yeah, I mean, in effect, that's what we've done, though. We've put that thing in a loading zone, and, I've seen, trucks parked outside of it on Broadway, but incidentally, the truck was 60 feet long, and so they, wouldn't have fit in that loading zone or any other loading zone for that matter. I mean, we have a town that was built before semis, and, everybody was driving cars all the time, so.
I think that's part of waiting. You can then evaluate where you think a loading zone should be.
Okay.
If any.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with
Yeah, I think continuing
waiting
sounds good. Peter, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just curious, Garrett, if you'd heard any other feedback, more recently, any complaints about it, or are people getting, getting used to it? It seems like it's getting used.
Actually, we haven't.
Casual.
We haven't received actually complaints to us directly in a while, either for the loading zone or for
I
the
think
bikes.
the only complaint we had was at a council meeting a few months ago by the owner of Naves. He was concerned. But I just want to add one thing. One of the things I did was research the type of bike racks that you can get through the BAAQMD program. The kinds that we have now, you can do one on either side, but they have racks that are part of their program that it can house 14 to 16 bicycles. So in the future, should we decide, one of the things I was trying to visualize is if we do a permanent installation, wanting to mirror something that holds almost as many bikes. So they do have in their program one that holds like 14 to 16 bikes, and I've given that information to Garrett. So just something to think about in the future if we decide to get more bike racks in town. There might be places where those bigger ones might be really nice where people do a lot of bikes. But I think I'm hearing a consensus of the council that we would like to continue this for another 6 months.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sounds good.
With that, I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of, unfortunately, several Fairfax residents. And one is Sharon Gomez Carstensen. She's the daughter of our own Lefty Gomez. She was my friend and neighbor. And she died unexpectedly at a relatively young age. And she's the mother of my friend Scott. She also lived in my complex. Adelaide Wilson was a former Fairfax Town Council member. Frank Egger sent me this information back in the late 60s. And Gail Richardson Murphy was an equestrian and leader on equestrian issues and a longtime resident of Fairfax. I'm sorry, I'm going to cry. Michael Lonas Simbida. He was a geologist, and he died of Lewy body dementia at a relatively young age. He bequeathed his body to, or his brain to UCSF for brain research. And for those of you who have kids that went to Manor School, his wife was Library Ann. So with that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.